Good morning, Conference. So we have a full day today, and this morning an extremely concentrated debate to take place. So I really ask right from the outset that everybody sticks to time, and I will do my best to get as many speakers in as possible from across the floor. We've got a very full day, including hearing from Sue Fearns, President of the TUC, and Rachel Reeves, our Shadow Chancellor. But first, I need to read out the results of yesterday's card votes. So on the NEC rule changes first, and these are all printed in the CAC report, so you don't need to write them down, but I have to read them. Card vote 1, 66.63% for, 33.37% against, carried. Card vote 2, 82.1% for, 17.9% against, carried. Card vote 3, 81.65% for, 18.35% against, carried. Card vote 4, 51.43% for, 48.57% against, carried. Card vote 5, 96.91% for, 3.09% against, carried. Now the CLP rule changes. Card vote 6, 40.84% for, 59.16% against, not carried. Card vote 7, 43.05% for, 56.95% against, not carried. Card vote 9, 20.88% for, 79.12% against, not carried. Okay, that's the end of announcing the card vote results. You'll be aware some amendments were withdrawn, which is why the numbers don't include all of them. Conference earlier versions of the grid for tomorrow listed that there would be an NEC Trade Union Division by-election. At the close of nominations, only one candidate had been validly nominated, meaning there's no need for a ballot tomorrow, and Nicola Dukes is elected to fill that vacancy. And this is an opportunity to say thank you to Andy Fox. Full details in the CAC report. So the first day, we have been particularly focusing on our party and what we need to do and have been doing. But now we're looking outwards. And we know we need policies to make sure that we can have some better and decent ideas to replace that horrifying mini-budget and so many things that have been said in the election for leader of the Conservative Party are coming up for us. We need an alternative, and now is our time. So the first item I am going to do is to call on the Conference Arrangements Committee report. Harry Donaldson, please can you introduce it? Thank you.
Conference, formally presenting CAC Report 2. Conference, we have a packed agenda today, as already indicated by the Chair, including speeches from the Shadow Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, the Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland reports, our TUC Speaker Sue Fearns, and the Metro Mayor's report, alongside a number of members from the Shadow Cabinet. We also have an in-conversation session with Keir Starmer, Lucy Powell and special guest Gary Neville. A huge thank you to all of those involved in compensating meetings last night. Today we have a timetable for debate, composite motions on growing challenges of our economy, investing in infrastructure and the workforce, workers' pay, social care, equalities and electoral reform. These motions are reproduced on pages 19 through to 27 on CAC 2. Composite meetings are chaired by the Conference Arrangements Committee members, and I would like to place on record my thanks to them and the party policy teams and regional staff who have worked late into the night to support the compositing of the 12 subject areas. We are aware of issues arising the detailed information about the composite could not be provided until we knew the result of the priorities ballot. However, information was provided on page 4 of CAC 1, signs were put up across the conference, along with staff stewards directing delegates to their respective composite meetings. We will, of course, continue to make the compositing process as accessible as possible for delegates and take any learnings from this process. In addition, CAC 2, we have included an addendum with a composite motion which is not originally included in CAC 2 documentation. Today's ballot is for the CAC disabled members' representation. This is a vote for all delegates. Just like yesterday, ballot boxes are available in ballot area in the ECL opposite the doors to the main hall, as well as ballot boxes located in the hall, and these will be available from 9 a.m. through until 4 p.m. Candidate statements were printed in the delegate report and are reproduced on pages 25 through to 27 of CAC 2 for ease of reference. Printed on pages 27 to 32 are the results of the card votes on yesterday's important NEC constitutional amendments. Today's conference will debate on better jobs, better work, a future where families come first. Reference backs will also be debated and details can be found on pages 9 through to 11. I hope everyone has a good day at conference, and conference I move CAC 2.
Thank you, Harry. So does anybody wish to ask any questions or make any points on the Conference Arrangements Committee report? I am asking, first of all, I can't understand why you would intervene in the point of order at this point where we're about the Conference Arrangements Committee report, which is dealing with the order. So I need to know if anybody wishes to raise something on this. Is what you're raising something about the Conference Arrangements Committee report? Because I think it probably is, in which case you should... So if you would come forward. Anybody else? Okay, so that's 2 people I've called. Is there anybody else wishes to ask anything or make any comments on this? And again, please be brief so that we can have as much time for contributions in debate as possible. Thank you, Delegate.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just briefly, we can't be seen right at the back there because the lights are too low. So yesterday, I think it was financial report was reported as being unanimous when there are a number of delegates at the back who were voting against. And also during the afternoon session, we had our hands up to speak, and the chair called the person right at the back, but it turned out to be people in front of us. So could I suggest you either put the lights on or have a card vote for everything today?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And can I just say, given I have the role still until the end of the week as elected treasurer, if there are issues that needed to be raised, then please email into the party and they can be responded to. Next delegate, thank you.
Rather ironically, I'm going to be asking something completely opposite to that. Yesterday I raised with CAC that the lighting, particularly on the Welsh section, is very bright, and this is leading to accessibility. This is leading to but the problem is it's leading to accessibility issues for people with neurodivergence, including overstimulation, but also for visually impaired individuals. It's affecting their ability to take part as well. So while I understand that maybe at the back lights need to be brighter, the fact that they are pointed directly at people is causing an accessibility issue.
Thank you very much. Okay. This is the kind of problem you have at conference. I was just thinking myself, it's quite warm up here. So I think what we can do, and I think I could respond to this from the chair, is to make sure that we ask if there's anybody indicating at the back explicitly so that we do make sure that people don't get left out. If anyone is uncomfortable where they're sitting and needs an adjustment to ask to be allocated another seat, then please see the stewards and we'll try and make sure that can be accommodated. I don't think we can do anything about the physical lighting arrangements. But over to you, Harry. Oh. I didn't call a third person. I didn't call you. Did you want to ask on the CAC? Okay, you can, but I didn't call you. Don't just come up, please. Wait till you're called.
Thank you, Chair, and morning conference. I'm Dom Lindsay. I'm the youth delegate from Barrow-in-Furness CLP. The CLP we represent submitted a motion on public ownership that was entered into compositing yesterday at 4 p.m. Yet no one in our delegation, or any CLP delegate for that matter, was invited into the compositing meeting, and only trade union delegates were invited. It's unprecedented for delegates not to be invited to compositing, and therefore the excluded CLP delegates must be allowed to composite to have our motions put to the floor to be heard. Our marginal constituency CLP spent vital funds sending our delegation to conference in order to have this motion heard. So to exclude the voice of elected delegates from the compositing meetings is an abuse of the rules and an abuse of democracy. If our motion can't be heard, then I would encourage delegates to vote against the CAC report. I would also just like to say the point that was raised earlier, that delegates were being directed, simply isn't true, because we sat for an hour, 4 till 5 p.m, just outside the room, and we weren't being directed anywhere. We heard nothing. So I just wanted to put that counterpoint in as well. Cheers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, Harry, now, please could you respond?
Thank you. And to the delegate from Barrow, yes, I did speak to him yesterday. That's very clear, outside the CAC room. As addressed in CAC2, detailed information on composite could not be provided, and I gave the reasons for that and the delay. It was obviously unfortunate that these issues did arise. Certainly what was quite clear was every effort was made to attempt, in terms of that, to speak. The chairs even delayed the earlier ones in order to delay the approach because there was delays in people getting to the venue in terms of the correct rooms. However, the issue was there that staff were very much involved in trying to coordinate from that central area to direct colleagues, delegates to the correct rooms. So it was unfortunate. There is a degree of learning, obviously, timescales. It will be certainly one of the big issues that we will be looking at to ensure that that experience does not arise going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Harry. We now take the vote on the CAC report. Can I see all those in favour of accepting the report? Thank you, Conference. Can I see all those against? That is carried. I do accept, I'm sure, that there will be votes against because of the contributions of the last point raised. And certainly, if I can be made aware, I will make sure that the constituency is called in the debate. Thank you very much. Thank you. I will now have the great pleasure of inviting the first speaker of the day, Sue Ferns, President of the TUC.
Chair, delegates, friends, I'm proud to bring you solidarity from the TUC. Proud too to bring greetings from my own union Prospect, and proud to celebrate the close bonds that bring us together. I may come from an unaffiliated union, but I've been a Labour member for over 40 years. And like the millions of trade unionists, I see our place as being within a much broader movement. We may have two wings, industrial and political. We may have two different jobs to do, but we are one Labour movement. steeped in our shared values of solidarity, collectivism and compassion. And we meet at a critical moment for the working people that we represent, amongst the longest and deepest squeeze on real wages for 2 centuries, the inevitable consequence of 12 years of Conservative government, a government which has put the interests of wealth ahead of workers. Even now, Liz Truss is pressing ahead with her tax cuts that will benefit the rich most, asking taxpayers to foot the bill for the energy cap, not the energy giants, and turning a blind eye to obscene profits and bonuses in UK PLC. And that tells you everything you need to know about the government's true priorities. Friends, Liz Truss describes British workers as amongst the worst idlers in the world. Well, that would explain some of the cabinet appointments. Instead of more deregulation, more tax cuts and more trickle-down, we need change. First, let's fix our broken economy by rebuilding our public services, investing in our infrastructure and creating the good green jobs that will provide a just transition to net zero. And yes, by taking back control of how we run our energy system in this country, investing in our clean, green, nuclear and renewable future. Second, let's get more cash in people's pockets right now by getting wages and incomes rising. That means boosting universal credit and other benefits. It means a £15 minimum wage as soon as possible, and it means fair pay for public sector workers who got us through the pandemic. Teachers, NHS staff, prison officers, firefighters, council workers, civil servants, it's time to do right by the people who've done us all proud. And third, let's make work better. It's about time we had fair pay agreements so that low-paid workers have unions negotiating for them. About time we got tough on racism, discrimination and sexual harassment, whether in Parliament or anywhere else. And about time we had decent rights for all, properly enforced. So never again can corporate gangsters like P&O sack loyal workers at the drop of a hat. That means no more fire and rehire, no more zero-hours contracts and no more union busting. And a word too about the right to strike, now at risk from yet more anti-trade union laws. When the citizens of the country Liz Truss has led for just 3 weeks are in despair, it's incredible that her priority is making it harder for workers to stand up for fair treatment. But as the summer of solidarity becomes an autumn of action, unions will keep defending our members. The government may seek to depict us as a narrow sectional interest, but we're for all working people, and we want everybody to have decent pay, pensions and conditions. So when CEO pay is rising by almost 40%, and when the government is scrapping the cap on bankers' bonuses, and when soaring bills are leaving our wallets emptier with every passing month, we don't need wage restraint. It's high time we had profit restraint. One last thing. Trade unions won't be bullied by a government that has done so much to undermine integrity in public life. One of the first things the new PM and the Chancellor did was to sack the Permanent Secretary to the Treasury, an unprecedented and vindictive act. not just against a dedicated public servant, but against an impartial civil service which has served all governments well over many decades, despite coming under relentless attacks this past year. Trust in public life is the glue that holds the country together, and we must work together to restore it. Friends, I'll finish with this. The next general election is just 2 years away, possibly sooner, and that puts the onus on all of us to win the change that working people need. Next month, the TUC will welcome Jo Stevens to our rescheduled Congress as Labour's Sororial Delegate. But what matters most is what happens in our workplaces and our communities. The hard graft of winning the battle for the hearts and minds of the British people. And the tide is turning. Progressive governments are in power in the US, Germany, Australia, Spain, New Zealand and elsewhere. Our job now is to add the UK to that list and deliver the strong economy, decent jobs and higher wages working people desperately need. Together, we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sue, and our solidarity with trade unionists. Can I now then move to our policy debate, Better Jobs, Better Work. The report is on pages 17 to 28 of the National Policy Forum report, and we will first of all have 2 Shadow Secretaries of State to introduce, then we will take 2 references back to be moved, and then we have 5 composite motions. And can I remind you, those composite motions are printed on pages 12 to 17, but the wording of composite 1 is in an addendum to the CAC report. Those anoraks amongst you will have seen that it was the same composite printed twice, so the wording is in the addendum to composite 1. So it now is my great pleasure to ask Jonathan Ashworth MP, Shadow Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, to open the debate.
Well, thank you very much, Diana. And can I just take a moment to thank you, Diana, for your years of service to our Executive Committee as Treasurer, as a former Chair of our party, and for everything you do for our party and the union movement, and everything you will continue to do for our party and the union movement. Last Friday's Tory budget was the most unfair, most unjust, most unequal, most divisive budget we've seen in our lifetimes. I ask you, what kind of government is it when pensioners shiver in the cold, hands tax breaks to the wealthy that no ordinary person could ever dream of? What type of government is it who, when mothers queue at food banks, tells those mothers that there is no money or support to feed their hungry children, but there's money to lavish tax cuts on bankers and billionaires? That budget was proof, if ever it was needed, that we speak for Britain in saying a new government is needed, and we need a Labour government now. When workers see their pay packets cut, when disabled people live in fear, when women working part-time face sanctions, and these Tories protect the profits of the gas and oil producers instead of protecting the poor, I tell you we speak for Britain in saying we need Keir Starmer as Prime Minister now. these Tories tell us that after 12 years of their own stagnation, that they now have a plan for growth. But all they've given us is a plan to grow more poverty, more hunger and more despair. They tell us they're ripping up the orthodoxy. But it's the same old Tory orthodoxy back, that wealth will trickle down and a rising tide will lift all. Well, we've seen that story before, and it means more sinking beneath the waves. It sees pay and conditions worsen, and it leads to the offensive, grotesque fiction of ministers telling us that bankers need bonuses for them to work harder, but working people need their pay cut to make them work harder. Conference, friends, doesn't that tell you it's time for change, it's time for fairness, it's time for Labour? And it renders our social security so threadbare that food banks become the safety net, while churches turn their halls into warm banks this winter. Look, I thank those running them, but we seek government to create a society where food banks are no longer needed, because we shouldn't have to rely on charity to feed children and keep pensioners warm this winter. This isn't the way, as Rachel Reeves says, to secure growth in our economy, because you can't build sustainable growth when so many are left behind. What we need is an economy of all the talents with full and fulfilling employment. Look, I remember queuing up as a child with my dad at the Dole office in the 80s. I'll never forget the desperate look on the faces in those queues. So for young people, not in work or training, and the thousands of over 50s now not in jobs but who want one, we will reform job centres and employment services to help more people into work as we target our ambition of the highest employment in the G7. And we'll do it not through Tory threats or sanctions, but through active help with training, coaching and support for those who need it. We'll do it not by wasting money on big outsourcing corporations, but instead delivered on the ground in partnership with community groups, local authorities and services like the NHS. And we'll insist that these jobs adhere to a very simple principle, that when people work for a living, they should be paid a decent living wage, as we tackle in-work poverty too. We'll reform, overhaul and replace the Tory universal credit system. We'll treat people with dignity, not burden them with impossible debts. We'll support children, not punish them. And we'll reinstate a principle Labour has championed since the days of Barbara Castle, but ditched by the Tories, that the financial independence of women should be protected in our social security system too. Now, a few weeks ago, I received this letter from a mother. Let me just read it. Sorry it took so long to post after writing. I struggled to justify the price of the stamp. My babies are sound asleep, but I cannot sleep. I sit awake, terrified for their future. I am stressing about what to feed my kids tomorrow. What is going to be done, Mr. Ashworth? What is going to be done? What sort of a government ignores pleas like that? Now, I've known hardship. I know how it seeps through every aspect of your being, how it consumes every decision, how it excludes from the necessaries, comforts and pleasures of society, and haunts for the rest of your life. Children never forget going to school hungry and ill-clad. We're one of the biggest economies in the world, yet 4 million children live in poverty. And tonight, thousands of children will go hungry, cold, and won't have a bed to sleep in at all. It doesn't have to be like this. Social inequality need not be etched into the landscape of this nation. I tell you, defeating child poverty is the obligation our generation owes to the next. Never forget, a Labour government lifted millions of children out of poverty before, and that's the change we can make again. So, friends, this is our mission: full employment and decent pay, security in retirement, a better world for our children. Because as Nelson Mandela said, overcoming poverty is not a gesture of charity, but an act of justice. Let us rise to that cause and build a future of opportunity, fairness and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. It's now my great pleasure to invite Louise Haigh MP, who is our Shadow Secretary of State for Transport, to address the conference. Thank you. Louise.
Thank you very much, Diana. Follow that. Can I add my personal thanks to you, Diana, for your years of service, your friendship and your passionate dedication to our entire movement. Conference, it's fantastic to be together again, and I have to say, it's little short of a miracle so many of you managed to get to Liverpool this weekend, given the current state of our public transport. Record delays, overcrowding, routes and services slashed week on week. We have a system where the public have come last for too long. And we know there is too much at stake for the country and for the climate to carry on with this shambles, where broken promises on public transport hold our country back, where services connecting our major cities are slashed without warning by unaccountable private operators, and where the public pay ever more for less. Because if many millions, let down by services they can no longer rely on, cannot or will not use public transport, then quite simply, there is no path to net zero. And we will never build the fairer, greener future our country demands. That's why my #1 priority as your Secretary of State will be ending this spiral of decline on our public transport system. When the Victorians laid the foundations for our modern railway, it was a vote of confidence in Britain's future. Today, there are new challenges that demand that same ambition. No less than 60 times, the Conservatives promised to connect our great northern towns and cities and deliver Northern Powerhouse Rail. A once-in-a-century chance to invest in public transport, to transform opportunity across the whole country, rebalance our economy and take millions of cars off the roads. And they flunked it. But while the Tories fail our country, Labour will seize this opportunity and lay the foundations for the century to come. We will build an Elizabeth line for the North and deliver Northern Powerhouse Rail and HS2 in full. But we also know we can only build a fairer, greener future by taking power from failing private operators and putting it back in the hands of the public. Avanti West Coast has become just the latest poster boy of the failing status quo, the worst performing operator in the country. Half of all trains late, 60,000 complaints. And what have the Tories done in response? They handed them £19 million, including, and you could not make this up, £4 million in performance bonuses, out of the pockets of the public and directly into the hands of shareholders. Instead of holding those responsible to account for this fiasco, the Tories played their tired old tune. They blamed the workers who keep our rail network going. But we know the truth, Conference. The workers aren't failing the British public. The Tories and their disastrous rail system have catastrophically failed us all. Under the Conservatives, British Railways have become a cash machine for companies and foreign governments, where no matter the performance, failure will always be rewarded. Because the truth is, the Conservatives still worship the dogma that has let this country down. They will always give the operators one more chance. They will always give shareholders one more payday. They will do whatever it takes to prop up a failed system, because to do anything else would be to admit their ideology is wrong. And right across our transport system, we see that same failed dogma. No other country in the developed world allows private bus operators the power they enjoy here, to pick what routes they want and charge passengers whatever they wish. Entire communities cut off by decisions taken far away from the people they affect. 5,000 bus services slashed since the Conservatives came to power. Fares have risen twice as fast as wages. And who relies on buses more than anyone else? The poorest in our society. This cannot go on. Things must change. And Labour in government will make sure they will. We will put the public back in control of the essential public transport they depend upon. We will give those communities that want it the power to set bus routes and fares, following the path set by our brilliant mayors. And we will end the ideological ban on areas establishing their own municipal bus companies. The days of tinkering around the edges of a system that has so clearly failed the public are over. The Labour government we will form will end the farce on our railways. We will end the failed experiment. We will cast aside the tired dogma that has failed passengers. We will improve services and lower fares. And yes, Conference, Labour in power will bring our railways back into public ownership where they belong. Because, Conference, we believe in a public transport system where power is in the hands of the public, a system that serves above all else the public interest, where lower fares and more reliable services help reverse the spiral of decline, a system that can deliver economic, social and climate justice. Together we can build it. So let's get out there, win power and make it happen.
Thank you very much. Right, a fantastic start. We now move to the two references back. Can I ask Labour International CLP and Sutton and Cheam CLP to be making their way forward? Can I remind everybody, this process goes with the National Policy Forum document. It is not an amendment, but it seeks to reference back a paragraph or a section to the Policy Commission for further consideration. I really want to keep this short. I know it's got very complicated in the past. This is going to be simple. 1 minute max to move the reference back. You have the text on pages 9 to 11, and there will be an opportunity if people need to come in, but if you can keep that very brief, you only get a minute again. That would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Sean Loud, Labour International, asking for reference back. Party conference last year supported a minimum wage of £15 an hour, and speaker after speaker this morning, quite rightly, has stressed the need to pay workers properly and has mentioned the need for a decent, proper living wage. It's somehow been omitted from this document, and I think that's pretty easy to put right, basically, by referring it back and having another look at it. We can't just rely on the Tories falling apart we have to start to nail a few colours to a few masts. Decent living wages are popular, they're workable, and they're the right thing to do. So let's be confident and positive about it, and let's get out there and campaign on it and put this right. Please support this reference back. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I now call for the reference back from Sutton and Cheam to be moved.
Hi, morning conference. My name is Liz Martin from Sutton and Cheam CLP. First time delegate to conference. I'm here to move reference back in this policy area, page 19. Whilst the policies are very good, they will ring hollow if there's not an explicit recognition by the NPF that industrial action by workers is legitimate and that supporting workers on picket lines sends a strong message about what workers can expect of a future Labour government. This should include Labour MPs and frontbenchers being allowed to show solidarity with striking workers by attending picket lines and vocally supporting strikes. Our Labour Party was founded by trade unions to give political voice to workers. This reference back should send a strong signal to our shadow cabinet. As I heard Hannah Blethyn, a member of the Senate, say yesterday, you can be in a position of power and be on a picket line too. I would ask conference to support this reference back. Solidarity.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the speakers. I think those reference backs were really clearly moved so that people know what the issues are. But there is a brief opportunity now if anybody wishes to speak in favour or against any of the references back. Thank you. Okay, the voting will be later on this morning. Sorry, at the back. I should have called out the back. Is there someone at the back who wishes to speak? I still can't see you. Yes, I can see somebody. So there's somebody at the back and then there's somebody there. Thank you very much. Can you please come forward? It is very dark. You are absolutely right. Can I also, to help with time, ask for the movers of the composites to be moving forward to the front so that we can quickly get through the moving and seconding of those composites when the time comes. Thank you, conference. Thank you.
Morning conference, I'm Ewan. I'm a youth officer from Southport CLP. First time delegate. I just want to speak quickly on the matter of a living wage. It was the Labour Party in 1998, under Tony Blair, controversial to some, that introduced the national minimum wage. So why is it now that the Labour Party isn't fully supporting a £15 an hour minimum living wage? It should be the pride of our socialism to support the workers in all their aims in order to live that good life. And it's undoubtable that a £15 living wage would succeed in that because it's affordable, we're able to do it, and it's desirable in our ambition for socialism. Thank you, comrades. Solidarity.
Thank you. And can I say, as a first-time speaker, you stuck perfectly to time. Thank you. The next person I called, who I can't see, you were over here somewhere? I did call two people, one from the back and one from in the middle there. Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you very much. So I think the points are clear, and we will vote later on those two reference backs. Thank you very much, delegates. So we now move to the 5 composites. And I have great pleasure, first of all, in calling the speaker from Unite, who is getting a cheer. Can I also remind delegates that the text for this is the addendum to Conference Arrangements Committee report, not as printed in the report. Thank you. Gail.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Gail Cartmail. I'm moving Composite 1 on behalf of Unite, the Union Conference. Unite is fighting back. We will not allow bad employers and this government to attack workers. And yes, Keir, we expect Labour's support. Over the past year, following the election of our General Secretary, Sharon Graham, we have fought 450 disputes, and we've won 82% of them, putting over £150 million in the pockets of those workers. 80,000 Unite members using strikes, but also strikes plus. Our General Secretary is focused on disputes, personally being involved, and has refocused our union on driving them to win. And we're moving the share price as well as the picket line, and we are winning. This is the time for the trade union movement to be reborn. We must challenge the common narrative that workers' pay is driving inflation as utter rubbish. Let's be clear. Let's give a clear message to go from this conference to employers, to shareholders and the government. It is not hard-pressed workers driving up inflation. It is the rampant profiteers. Corporate greed has created this crisis in our living standards and driven down wages. Down the road from this conference, Unite members, Liverpool dockers, are on strike because they believe a negotiated pay agreement should be honoured. Based in a tax haven, their employer made £30 million in profit in the last year, but that employer is refusing to honour a cost of living pay rise. I say solidarity. Unite research found that last year the profit margins of the UK's biggest listed companies were 3/4 higher than pre-pandemic levels. Conference, 3/4 higher. Between 2020 and 2021, average pay for the highest paid directors in these companies leapt a colossal 29%. Yet it's our members, workers, who are called on to exercise restraint. The working class did not cause the crisis of 2008, yet they paid for it through a tax on their wages, their job security, public service and benefits. And we will not allow history to repeat itself. As a union, we're gearing up to support more members to take collective action, to drive change in our economy and to defend their jobs, pay and conditions, and to win. Today we say that the Labour Party and the Labour movement in all our guises should stand in support of our members in their workplaces and, yes, conference, on their picket lines. With that resolve in mind, support the composite. Solidarity.
And to second, CWU.
Thank you, Chair. Conference. Karen Rose on behalf of the CWU to second motion, composite motion 1. Conference, our economy is broken. It prioritises extreme profit at the expense of ordinary people. After last week's so-called mini-budget, things can only get a whole lot worse. Instead of boosting growth by investing in the vital services and infrastructure that we all need, like hospitals, schools, transport, communications network and green energy, this government is borrowing to spend on tax cuts for the ultra-rich. City bankers are getting handouts, whilst key workers, who ministers were so keen to clap for during the pandemic, aren't earning enough to eat and heat their homes. Companies are making obscene profits from rip-off prices that millions of ordinary people simply cannot afford. UK energy providers are the best-known example, but it's not just energy companies that are mugging us off. In telecommunications, one of the CWU's main industry sectors, major broadband providers are set for a windfall of £1.7 billion when they impose inflation-busting price increases next spring. BT puts up its prices by inflation plus 3.9% every year. So in March this year, their prices went up by nearly 10%. At the same time, they reported £1.3 billion in post-tax profit. Most of that, 761 million of it, went to private shareholders, including the CEO and other board members. Conference, this is obscene profiteering. The hypocrisy is outrageous. While the CEO of BT, Philip Jansen, got a 32% pay rise, putting his income up to over 3.4 million this year, and gained another almost £500,000 from the share dividend, which would be enough, just the share dividend would be enough to pay for the average household grocery bill for 131 years. And yet BT has refused to share its success fairly with its workforce. BT imposed a pay increase on our CWU members. This sees them taking a real terms pay cut for the third year in a row. And in the meantime, the company have set up food banks in their call centres to help colleagues through the month. The CWU is quite rightly in dispute with BT Group on pay. Having overwhelmingly won a strike ballot in BT and Openreach, our members have already taken 4 days of strike action, with another 4 planned in the coming weeks. Conference. These are workers that keep the country connected. They run the technology that we rely on every day. They keep our emergency and other vital services connected. And they also enable connectivity at home and at work. And we will win this dispute. Because, Conference, enough is enough. It's time to take back control of essential services like energy, broadband, mail and rail, so we no longer have to pay extortionate prices to protect private profits and make the rich even richer. We need a new economic approach that's fairer, with higher wages for ordinary working people. No one should have to skip meals to afford basic essential services. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. And I know it's hard, but the lights do change, so can I ask, if it's gone on, you just move to the end of the speech? Thank you, because I don't like interrupting people, but sometimes to get everybody in, we've got to do it. So we now move to the second composite motion in growing challenges of our economy, to be moved by Usdaw. Composite motion 2.
Chair, Conference, Paddy Lillis, Usdaw moving the composite motion on automation and skills. The Conference, technology has always brought about change at work, but the scale and pace of that change over the last few years has been unprecedented. Workers in retail and distribution have seen a huge transformation in their jobs. And it's no surprise that 1 in 5 of our members are extremely concerned about their job security over the next 5 years. Workers are facing a lack of job security, a lack of confidence in using the tools for the job, and a lack of voice in decisions about their own employment. Conference, the UK's employment rights framework is far too weak to support workers through these changes, and it's only going to get weaker under this Tory government. And we know that Labour is the party of workers. Labour will always be on the side of workers, and the Labour government will create an employment rights framework that is fit for the future world of work. That framework must include stronger trade union rights, and it must include a right to consultation on new technology in the workplace. A new right, a groundbreaking right, but a right that is based on a very long-standing principle. Workers deserve to have a say in the decisions that affect them in their jobs. And we must address the unequal impact of new technology and automation. Employers must undertake equality impact assessments and, more importantly, act upon the findings. And conference workers are not only kept out of the decisions that affect them, they are also being abandoned without the reskilling and retraining that they need. Last year, the Tories needlessly scrapped the Union Learning Fund in England, a spiteful attack on the trade unions and a slap in the face to workers at such a critical time. Conference, it's time for real investment in skills and training. It's time to stop reacting to changes in technological and start planning for them. And it's time for a Labour government working with unions to shape the future of work around workers. That must be our ambition. But right now, the grim reality is that we stand on the cliff edge of a recession, in a precarious labour market where it's simply too easy and too cheap to cut jobs. It's absolutely crucial that we strengthen redundancy rights with proper consultation, retraining and higher redundancy pay. Conference, this isn't just about protecting jobs. It's about creating a new deal for working people, a deal that strengthens trade union rights, a deal that delivers comprehensive skills training, a deal that offers high-quality and well-paid secure employment so that workers can not only adapt to technological changes but actually benefit from the work. Thank you, Conference. Please support the motion.
Thank you very much. And Community to second.
Thank you, Chair. Kate Daden on behalf of Community Trade Union seconding Composite 2. Conference, this motion is about the simple idea that new technologies in the workplace should make work better and safer for everyone. In too many workplaces, we're seeing bad bosses use digital tools to spy on their workforce and are putting crucial decisions about our members' lives into the hands of unaccountable algorithms. But this isn't just a raw deal for working people. It's also bad for British businesses and our entire economy. To build the economy we need for a fairer and greener future, we have to invest in our workforce. And Conference, we need a skills revolution to fix our broken system. That means a proper strategy for skills, a right to lifelong learning to support all workers to adapt, reforming the apprenticeship levy so people have the skills they need for the jobs of today and of tomorrow. Conference, this motion is calling on Labour to change this lose-lose situation workers are experiencing, which is bad for workers, bad for British businesses and bad for our entire economy, into a win-win situation. Protecting workers on the one hand against hostile digital tools, whilst equipping them on the other with the skills they need for the economy of tomorrow, so we can all have a fairer, greener future. I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Exemplary. Can I now move to the composites on investing in infrastructure? Composite 3 to be moved by Aslef. Hi, Mick.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Conference. Proud to move this motion on investing in instruction and the workforce.
But also, can we send our solidarity to every striking worker, everybody balloting, and more importantly, everybody who supports them? Conference. It's important that over these few days in Liverpool, we remind ourselves what we've been sent here for by our CLPs and our trade unions, what we want to achieve as a party, and may I say it, as a class. As well as coming together and seeing friends from across the movement, we have the opportunity to spell out who we are and what we stand for. Let's be honest. Until the Tory government's disaster, our infrastructure, our communities need the support that they've taken away. But they did not do that. They did what Tory governments do best. They lied, they misinformed, and they carried out their dogma for their 1%. Rather than investment, jobs and prosperity, we were offered soundbites, U-turns and neglect. After the Chancellor's so-called mini-budget, they're not even pretending to look after the people there to govern. They're carrying out their bit for the 1%. They're just handing few tax cuts to their mates. The shameful cancellation of all key projects, HS2, Northern Powerhouse, all the things that we said didn't go far enough, but they're not even doing those, is a stain on our country. Projects that would have created jobs in part of the country that have suffered from appalling underinvestment. Job building and infrastructure, jobs in better connected communities, the apprenticeships for our children and our grandchildren going forward. If you support these projects, I'll do a little call out. We've got an Invest in Rail project, look at the website. But these projects cost money. But they don't, do they? Because if you create the skilled jobs of the future, if you create their so-called high-wage economy that we should all share in, rather than the last 10 years of wages being decimated by 27.5%, we will be in a better place for everybody. Following a year of extreme weather events, the necessity of investing in industries with lower carbon emissions by moving people and goods in the greenest way possible has never been clearer. It's not a question of whether we can afford to invest in these projects, but whether we can afford not to invest in them. But the steel and machinery are only one part of our infrastructure. Without the workforce, they amount to nothing. Energy bills, food prices and rent increases are just one half the cost of living crisis. We must not be scared to talk about the other side of the problem, wages. If your pay goes up less than inflation, Conference, you've not had a pay rise, you have had a pay cut. And for too many workers, our economy, that is exactly what's happened over a decade. As if members, fellow transport workers and working people across the whole of the UK have had enough. I'm proud of all workers that have decided to fight back. And Conference, let me tell you this, cutting public transport jobs is not the way to cut carbon emissions. So when I ask myself what I want us to achieve over all these few days, I believe this. A Labour Party ready to make bold decisions, ready to invest in our industries, our communities and the future of our country. And I want to shout out for Lou Haig and the Transport team and saying the right things about rail's nationalisation. Ready to support and invest in the workforce with the skills necessary to build a green and modern economy. Let's not remember, there's never been a privatisation that has worked for the workers. There's never been a privatisation that has worked for the taxpayer or the end user. So therefore, let's not just renationalise our rail. Let's renationalise our utilities, our Royal Mail, and let's not invest so the privateers can make money out of our infrastructure. I move.
Thank you. TSSA to second. Thank you.
Conference, Nicola Dukes from TSSA to second composite motion 3 and first time delegate. Conference, I stand here before you as a ticket clerk in Wakefield who has taken strike action in defence of jobs, pay conditions and safety for rail workers, asking for support for our jobs. Conference, the railway is heading towards an economic crisis with major job losses, which will have an astronomical impact for years to come under the banner of Great British Railways. Under this Great British Railways plan, we've been led to believe that the ticket officers will close all ticket officers within the next year, thousands of jobs to be expected to be lost and services cut. The proposals will leave an already overstretched workforce and under more pressure. You only have to ask my colleagues in Avanti Ticket Office. This is about the safety of our network, People deserve to travel on safe transport. I should know. I was working King's Cross to Leeds service the day of Hatfield rail disaster happened. Underinvestment in our rail infrastructure led to the disaster where 4 people died and lost their lives. It must never happen again. Conference. Rail workers worked throughout the pandemic, some even losing their lives as a result of COVID. Now we are heading into our 3rd and 4th year with no pay rise, inflation spiralling, and some of our workers are on minimum wage, not even a livable wage. We desperately need a pay rise to secure our jobs. We find we have no alternative but to strike. There's been no movement from this inept government who just tried to pit worker against worker. I would like to thank John Trickett for coming to Wakefield picket line in August. I'd like to take this opportunity to invite all Labour MPs to come to our ticket lines this week. Saturday it is, and there will be one near you. So, Conference, I ask you to stand shoulder to shoulder with our rail workers. Please vote for Composite 3. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate. We're now moving to Composite 4, to be moved by the CWU.
Yeah, Chair Conference, Dave Ward, Communication Workers Union, and on behalf of 170,000 striking CW members in Royal Mail, BT, Openreach, the Post Office, and our cleaners and engineers who are going to deliver a massive vote in favour of strike action later this week, we bring solidarity to all striking workers, to all workers preparing for strike action, and to the millions and millions of people in this country who are struggling because of the hypocrisy and greed of out-of-control business leaders and this Tory government. This motion is about the future of Royal Mail, the future of the services that is provided to the public for over 500 years. And our members want to know, does this Labour conference stand with your posties? And if you do, are you going to be on the picket lines when we take our next bout of strike action on Friday and Saturday of the coming week? And if you are going to do that, and if you're able physically to do so, well, get up and stand up now and show that support. Conference. I think that's now official Labour Party policy. And I think Keir will come and join us on Saturday morning in his own constituency outside Mount Pleasant. We'll get a bacon butty ready for him. Keir, let us know if it's brown or red sauce you want. Conference. When the Queen sadly passed away a couple of weeks back, we took a difficult decision for our members who were taking strike action the following day to cancel that strike, because we thought that that was the right thing to do to represent what the Queen had done in her service, but also the connection with Royal Mail. As I said, over 500 years of connection of the Royal Mail. Unfortunately, the CEO and the Royal Mail Group Board did the complete opposite. They called the union in disgracefully, and they told us that basically they're declaring war on postal workers. They ripped up, served notice on all of our agreements, and they're basically doing that to get at postal workers in order to bring in P&O style contracts going forward. And I say to Keir, if you believe in the sovereignty of this country, don't worry too much about whether people sing the national anthem. Get out there, show your support and that you're going to save the Royal Mail. Conference, this motion calls upon Labour to do a number of things. Firstly, to immediately register their opposition to the dodgy deal that's going on at the moment, where the government have called in a private equity investment group who want to take a controlling stake in Royal Mail. And that's why we're in the dispute that we're in at the moment, because they're preparing the ground for that, to attack more asset stripping of one of our vital national services. It calls upon the government to be called to account by the Labour Party on protecting the USO and making sure that in that investigation, that company and any other company who wants to take over Royal Mail are actually going to stand up and make sure that the USO is the cornerstone of modernisation. And it calls upon Royal Mail to stop insulting postal workers by phony modernisation claims. This union stands for modernisation, but we do not stand for anything that's to do with levelling down of services and our members' terms and conditions. Conference.
Ask you to wind up, Dave.
Finally, the motion calls for the next Labour government to bring back Royal Mail into public ownership, to reunite it with the Post Office and to set up a post bank. And I'll finish on this. The last time we moved this motion, within a couple of minutes, Chuka Umaga, I don't know what happened to Chuka, but he was the shadow biz secretary. He went out there and he went on TV and he said, yeah, that motion's been carried, but we're not going to do it. I'm here to tell everybody in the Labour Party today, postal workers ain't going to put up with that type of disgraceful behaviour again. And Conference, I know you're not going to put up for it. I move support the motion.
Thank you, Dave. Unite to second. Thank you.
Gary Sassoon-Howes, Unite the Union, National Chair of Unite CMA, Royal Mail worker, second in Composite 4. Chair, Conference, we have been told a great lie, that privatisation is the solver of problems. Royal Mail's journey to privatisation began in 2013, and at the time it was said the company was losing £1 million a day. The humble postal stamp bearing the image of the Queen was 60p. It is now 58% higher at 95p. In 9 years, £1.725 billion has gone to shareholders, yet their rhetoric is still the same. £1 million per day losses mean cuts to terms and conditions. Royal Mail had a management restructure in 2020, which saved 4% of the total wage bill, followed by another restructure this year. Royal Mail were part of our nation's sovereign wealth fund, providing an income to be reinvested back into public services. To grow the economy, we need a system where workers are paid a fair wage and spend their money on goods and services. Profits should benefit society as a whole, rather than billionaires' balance sheets. The Labour Party must commit to renationalise companies such as Royal Mail and have the gumption to let front bench support those workers on the picket line. We are the party of organised labour, and after all, it is in our name. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you. We now move to Composite 5, Workers' Pay, to be moved by unison.
Conference, Christina McEnany, General Secretary of Unison, moving Composite 5. We're witnessing the Tories' latest attempt at reinventing themselves, from Theresa May's strong and stable to Liz Truss's promise of a decade of dynamism. Or Osborne, remember Osborne demanding austerity and a balanced budget? And now we've got Kwarteng gambling billions of pounds to give the richest more money to play with. But while the rhetoric shifts, some things remain the same. Public services are run down, public sector workers are undervalued, underpaid and overwhelmed. And in-work poverty and child poverty continues to rise. Food banks in this country becoming the norm, not the exception. A government unashamedly, proudly giving away huge amounts of money to their friends. In the latest tax cuts, if you're earning £1 million, for every £1 million you earn, you get £56,000 back per year. If you're on £20,000 a year, which many of our care workers, local government health workers are, next April you will get the grand sum of £157 a year extra, £3 a week. And that's why they're like thieving gangsters. They've got their crew and they're the only people they're looking after. Racketeering, profiteering, with no mandate and no manifesto commitments to back up this government's reckless decisions. And more punitive action against trade unions. Rogue employers feel emboldened. You just heard from CWU there. The fire and rehire tactics across all sectors, derecognition, suppressing union rights, suppressing union funds. Trade unions are the last line of defence for millions of people in this country, but they've declared war on all of us. They denounce unions as militants. Conference, there's nothing militant about standing up to protect your pay, your family's life or your communities. They accuse us of going back to the 70s, but that's exactly what they're doing. The biggest tax giveaway to the rich since 1952, the lowest standard of living since the 1970s. Demonising unions, even the language they use, militants and union barons. Hark back to the 70s. But it doesn't need to be like this. This is a choice made by a government that is completely out of touch with the vast majority of people in this country. How many of you have heard people stand up and say, what we need is more bankers? What we say is we need more care workers, we need a decent NHS, we need a decent education system. There's no evidence of a banker shortage, but there's hard evidence in other sectors. There's 160,000 vacancies in the care sector. There's 140,000 vacancies in our NHS. Why don't they do something about that? And this crisis that they've created is why, in unison, we're in dispute across so many of our sectors. The Environment Agency, the Food Standards Agency, universities, probation, local government and, of course, in the NHS. Through October and November, Unison will be balloting for industrial action almost 400,000 NHS workers. Don't underestimate how huge this is. But the mood is different now. Workers have had enough. Our NHS members, the nurses, the paramedics, the cleaners, the porters, healthcare assistants are telling us that the service is on its knees. It can't get any worse. And taking strike action is the only option they have. And I believe the public will back our NHS workers. But, Conference, when our members take strike action, it's because it's the end of the line in negotiations. It's a hard decision. It's not always a political decision. It's about dedicated and experienced workers taking a stand about the future of the services they provide. They lose pay for every day they're out on strike. They get demonised by the right-wing press, and it's a risk. Conference, going on strike is not a game. It's never been more important than it is now to stand together. We must bring our industrial strategies together, from workplace to workplace, coordinating across all unions, and our political strategy. And the only way we can make effective change and get the best for working people is by electing a Labour government. So let's go on and do it. The next general election is just round the corner, although looking at the figures this morning, it might be a lot closer than we think. And millions of people in this country are looking to us, the Labour movement, trade unions and the Labour Party, to kick these Tories out of Westminster. Thank you.
Thank you. And GMB to second. Thank you, Christina.
Conference, Barbara Plant, GMB National President, second in Composite 5. Thank you. We are in the grip of a pay crisis. Real wages stagnated for 14 years, even before energy prices spiked. Families choosing between heating and eating. 8 out of 10 GMB members fear that they might not be able to pay their bills over the next 3 months. Statutory sick pay is set at a poverty rate, and it has been cut in real terms during a pandemic. This is a public health disaster. This heartless government delivers tax cuts for millionaires and pay freezes for public sector workers. It's tough on care workers and soft on bankers' bonuses. Conference, under the Tories, the economy is rigged against working people. But workers are fighting back. GMB members have won pay increases of almost a third at Securitas Forley, of more than 20% in the courier sector and local government waste services. Conference, Britain needs a pay rise, and we need an economy that puts workers first. This is what the motion seeks to do. Pay rises in line with inflation. And Conference, that means RPI, a real measure of workers' living costs. Addressing the soaring cost of childcare, the hidden tax on working parents. Raising sick pay, so no one is forced to come to work when they are ill. And a real living wage of at least £15 an hour. Conference, the earnings policy of the Labour government lifted millions out of poverty, and they were born out of the trade union movement. Let's listen to workers and set an agenda for the next Labour government to make work better. Please support.
Thank you very much. 5 really full composites, and also we have the Policy Forum document on the table. I know everybody will want to speak. I'm trying to manage this. So please can you indicate, and also I did give a promise to Stevenage that if you wish to speak, please go and make yourselves known, because you do have a place. So I will call the first group, and then we will take those, and then I will call the second. So I will have the person at the... Oh, God, that's going to be a union person. I want to make sure I get CLPs first. Can I just have CLPs indicating first, because we have a lot of trade union speakers? Okay. So I will take that person there. That person... Sorry, I'm going to describe. You are in the middle, and you have fair hair. Yes, you. And then I will take... Whereabouts?
At the end of the row, in front of Winston, she's a PPC.
But she is in the where's this person from? In the yellow. Can I ask if you are the East Midlands? No, okay. I'll take the... Are you East Midlands, the person behind? Yes, please, I'm calling you. And a third person. No, I've only called one person so far, and it was this person here, yes. And I didn't call anybody else. No, I didn't call anybody else. I just called this person who's coming forward now. And you are the third person. You're the North West? Wales. OK, that's all right, Wales. Yes. I apologise, people are not always sitting in the seats that you think they're going to be from the region they're supposed to be from. I'm taking those three, and then we will call the next group. Can you please come to the... That's who one of them was.
Conference, Councillor Lydia Hyde, Rochford and Southend East CLP. Composite Motion 2 raises the important matter of the rise of automation in the workplace. Firstly, I will raise an interest in saying I've worked in technology development my whole career. However, it's precisely because of this work that I am acutely aware of the limitations of technology and how far off we are from machines matching humans and the brilliant added value they bring to customer services. Machines don't smile. As an example, our local Southend superstore has just done away with over half of its cashier tills for automated tills. The impact of this hasn't just been felt by the valuable workers, it's been felt by the local Southend community, as many people now feel intimidated by their weekly shop and excluded by technology. What are we losing from our society as a whole by the loss of these daily interactions in our communities? This is the wrong way round. Technology should bring the workforce and the community with it. One way we can do this is by using innovation to break down barriers to the workplace. Let's use technology to help every one of the 52% of disabled people unable to work to enter the workplace if they wish to. So many people with physical, mental and special educational needs want the pride of a pay packet. So let's invest in accessible technology, supporting all with better training and build inclusive workplaces across the country. Conference, I urge you to support this motion and build a fairer, greener future for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Can the next delegate be ready? And can I ask you to be, I know it's difficult to rush around, but I want to try and get people in.
Councillor Diane Green, Clwyd West CLP, and I'm an upbeat delegate from Abergele. Friends, I've been reflecting on how things have changed since Labour was last in government in 2010. Now, this part calls for a bit of audience participation, if you don't mind. If you think the numbers have increased, I want you to shout higher. If you think the numbers have decreased, I want you to shout lower. Have we got it? Yes. Yes, we're all awake. Lovely. So, the first one, Labour's NHS waiting list in 2010 were 2.5 million. Conservative waiting list now? Correct. Now over an eye-watering 6 million. Second, Labour hospital beds in 2010, 142,000. Conservative hospital beds now? Lower. Well done. 127,000. Number using food banks in 2010, sadly 41,000. Number using food banks now? 2.5 million. The UK national debt in 2010, 75% of GDP. The UK national debt now? You know your economics. It's higher at 106% of GDP. I could go on. But as I've said, I'm upbeat, because change is coming. The people know. So, colleagues, let's give our undivided support to Keir and the team from now until we get back to where we belong, back in government, so that we can once again begin to repair the damage inflicted upon our own citizens by this increasingly callous, greedy and out-of-touch Tory government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As this delegate's moving to speak, can I ask, was there a young Labour delegate that wanted to speak? Okay, no, the young Labour delegation is at the back here. Can you please? Thank you. Over to you.
Conference, Hilary Hosking, South Holland and the Deepings. Conference, nearly 20 years ago at Labour Party conference, it was agreed to bring the railways back into public ownership. And I know that for a fact because I spoke on the rostrum in favour of said motion. At the time, the Labour Party was in power with a huge majority. Within 5 minutes of its acceptance, the then Chancellor said it wasn't going to happen as it was too costly, £20 billion at the time. Conference, I hope this time the next Labour government will honour their promises, reclaiming our railways, bringing them back to where they deserve and to be the best. Conference, I support. Thank you.
Very much. Now it's the Young Labour delegate. There was a delegate from London. Can you come up and be ready, please?
Hi, I'm Hassan and I'm a delegate representing Young Labour's 50,000 members. Thank you. Young working class people are crying out for an alternative to this rotten neoliberal system, one in which never-ending private profits are put above all else. During this cost of living crisis, workers are being forced to accept pay cuts to subsidise profits. Let's call this what it is. It is class war. The working class should not be made to pay for an economic crisis caused by the Tories and their super-rich donors. The Labour Party needs to stand on the side of workers. I was proud to stand with Young Labour on the picket line this morning with Unite Liverpool dockers fighting for better pay. Our party was founded over 100 years ago as the political wing of the organised working class, and every representative who uses the Labour ticket to become an MP cannot then turn their backs on workers. Labour MPs need to get off the sidelines and onto picket lines. The Labour leadership needs to lift the disgraceful picket line ban, and it's the job of every Labour MP across the country to stand shoulder to shoulder with striking workers. Keir Starmer was elected Labour leader on those famous 10 pledges. I'm sure you all know them. Pledge 7, and I quote, was work shoulder to shoulder with trade unions and stand up for working people, tackle insecure work and low pay. Well, I tell him, use your mandate and listen to your members.
Please, delegate.
I say to Keir, listen to your own words and support striking workers. Fight for a £15 minimum wage now and fight to bring public utilities back into public ownership now. Let's take on the Tories and take the fight. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I say, I've called the London region delegate who is coming up now, but I also, sorry, there was a mix-up. It wasn't Stevenage, it was Baron Furness. And so you will be the final speaker before we then have some other shadow secretaries of state. Thank you.
Conference Chair Andrew Fisher, Croydon Central, CLP. And Diana, can I just say to you what a pleasure it was to work with you when I worked for the party as well. You're a font of knowledge, not just on Treasury issues or Labour's finances, but also on equalities in the trade unions and at work. I want to speak in support of all 4 of the trade union motions, but particularly focus on Composite 3, because my CLP had speakers from ASLEF and from the RMT in recent months. Croydon Central CLP's all-member meetings unanimously backed ASLEF members on strike at Croydon Tramlink and RMT, ASLEF and TSSA union members on strike on the railways. But we didn't just back them, we sent a delegation of our members to stand with them on their picket lines as well. And I would encourage others to do the same if you can. And if you can afford it, bring some snacks, and even as it gets colder, bring a warm drink, because it's grim on a picket line in winter and when it's cold and raining. But conference, when a diktat is sent out telling Labour MPs and Labour shadow ministers not to stand on picket lines, you make the story about Labour, not about those workers and their demands. We need to be standing shoulder to shoulder with workers, not taking away attention from their demands. And their demands are reasonable and they're modest. I'm sorry if that upsets the militancy of it, but please can I keep my job and please can my pay keep stale in line with inflation is not a militant demand. That is the most modest demand anyone could possibly demand. We welcome Louise Haigh this morning saying Labour will renationalise the railways, but that shouldn't be news. It was conference policy, It's what Keir Starmer pledged when he became leader. I hope this is the dam bursting and we see the rest of that as well. And I hope the Shadow Cabinet backs the policies we vote for this week and in previous years and that we've been promised, but most of all because those policies are popular and will help us win the next election. Conference support Composite 3 and all 4 motions.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And the final speaker in this round.
Hello again. Second prepared speech of the morning. I'm Dom Lindsay from Barrow and Furness CLP, speaking in favour of Composites 3 and 4. Comrades, it is right that we support motions calling for the public ownership of our railways and public ownership of our postal system. Privatisation of our railways is a failed experiment in creating a market where it need not exist, driving up prices and forcing workers to take industrial action to defend their pay and conditions, and solidarity with all striking workers. Privatisation of the postal service was an act of class warfare by the coalition government, transferring a vital public asset to the hands of profiteers, and solidarity with striking postal workers as well. But Conference, we cannot consider public ownership by isolated industries. Privatisation has failed across our economy. My CLP's motion has called for national public ownership to be expanded across the economy, including rail and post, but also water and energy. We are experiencing a terrifying cost of living crisis and a worsening climate crisis. There is no role for profit in an energy system that addresses energy prices. There is no room for the market in an energy system prepared to rapidly and fairly decarbonise. Our motion, which has cynically been excluded from debate and called for a socialist Green New Deal, our CLP believes that this transformation of our whole economy, expanding public ownership so we can plan a just transition, must be absolutely foundational to Labour's green ambitions. Unfortunately, we have all been denied the right and the opportunity to debate this at every turn. Support both motions, but remember that at every turn, this conference's so-called democracy has been rigged. We say that a fairer, greener future, so why can CLP delegates not debate the solutions we need to face the crises? Shale.
Thank you very much, Delegate. And I hope you appreciate we've tried to right a wrong by you making sure that you can speak here now. Right, we will have a little bit more time, so this is not the end of calling speakers from the floor, but I want to thank everybody so far. We have managed to keep the movement going, and it's been very positive in terms of the contributions and timing. So it's now my great pleasure to invite Ed Miliband MP, Shadow Secretary of State for Climate Change and Net Zero. Ed.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, friends. And I want to start by thanking my ministerial team, Kerry McCarthy and Alan Whitehead. And I want to thank all of the delegates who have spoken in this economic debate today. You know, what we've heard is one guiding idea: Labour's mission of an economy built by the many for the many. And friends, what a contrast it is with that extreme trickle-down Tory budget last week. An economy built by the few for the few. And friends, if you've seen the news this morning, it's clear the Tories may believe in the markets, but even the markets no longer believe in the Tories. And friends, we owe it to the country to defeat this lot at the next general election. Now, friends, we meet here amidst 3 emergencies: an energy bills crisis facing millions of families, an energy security crisis, and the climate crisis. I say to you, these emergencies demand the boldest of leadership. These emergencies demand an energy policy for the people and for the planet. I say these emergencies demand a Labour government. Let's start with bills. Labour led the way in January with the call for a windfall tax. Labour led the way in August with the call for an energy price freeze. Now Liz Truss, she says she won't have a windfall tax because she says it's a Labour idea. She said that. You know, I think for the first time in recorded history, Liz Truss has got something right. The windfall tax is a Labour idea, standing up to the big vested interests so we can help the people of Britain in their moment of need. An energy policy for the people and the planet. Labour ideas, Labour values, Labour principles. Now, you know, the crises we face that I talked about might seem different, but they all come from one source. The climate and nature crisis is caused by the burning of fossil fuels. The energy bills crisis is caused by the fact that we're exposed to the roller coaster of fossil fuel prices. And the crisis of energy security comes from the global scramble for gas. So all these crises have the same ultimate cause, our dependence on fossil fuels. And all of them have the same solution: low cost, homegrown, zero carbon power for our country. You know, today the cost of solar and wind energy is 9 times less than that of gas. This is the defining truth of our age. This is the undeniable truth of our age. It is cheaper to save the planet than it is to destroy it. That's why I'm so proud to say a Labour government will make Britain the first country in the world to set and achieve the target of zero carbon power by 2030. It'll save £93 billion off energy bills. It will make Britain a clean energy superpower. And friends, we will do it by sweeping away that Tory dogma that is holding our country back. It is within our grasp. Let's hear it for doubling onshore wind, trebling solar power, quadrupling offshore wind, tidal power, nuclear, hydrogen power, and all underpinned by the best investment we can make. £60 billion over a decade to insulate 19 million cold, drafty homes, saving £1,000 off bills, cutting carbon emissions, mobilising thousands of businesses, and yes, friends, led by our brilliant Labour local authorities up and down Britain. That's what I mean by an energy policy for the people and the planet. Thank you. Thank you. Now, you know, what do the Tories offer instead? They tell us, after 12 years in power, after 4 Tory Prime Ministers, after all their promises, they say, and I'm not making this up, the energy system is broken. That's what they say. Friends, who broke the energy system? They did. Who banned onshore wind? They did. Who said cut the green crap and drove up bills? They did. Who slashed home insulation? They did. Very good. Who deregulated the energy market? Who Yeah, I've got more. I've even got more. Who deregulated the energy market and let 32 companies go bust? Friends, I've got an idea. If we want to mend the broken energy system, let's start by getting rid of the Tories who broke it. And guess what? With these Tories, fracking is back. The Tories banned fracking in 2019 because they said it was dangerous. Now they've moved the goalposts. Under the Tories, and I'm not making this up either, moderate earthquakes are just fine. That's their position. So I say to you, let every Tory MP and candidate be asked, where do you stand on dangerous, expensive fracking? Where do you stand on breaking your manifesto promises? Friends, let them try and sell their charter for earthquakes to the people of Lancashire, Yorkshire, the Midlands and communities across the country. We will hold them to account on behalf of the British people. And who do they say? Who do they say? Who do they choose? Who do they choose to be solemnly entrusted to look after the future of our planet? Jacob Rees-Mogg. 19th century Mogg. A man who says we should extract every last drop, he says, of oil and gas, even though it would mean 3 degrees of global warming. A man who says, and I'm quoting him, trying to forecast the climate is unrealistic. The cost is probably unaffordable. Friends, let's call it what it is. This is dangerous climate denial. If you want an energy policy for the 1820s, Jacob Rees-Mogg is your man. If you want one for the 2020s, we need a Labour government, friends. And let me tell you this, because I listened carefully to the debate. Our plans are not just about transforming our energy system, they're about transforming our economy too. You know, there's a global race on for the jobs of the future, and Britain under the Tories is losing it. Let me tell you about ITM Power in Sheffield. They're one of the world leaders in the hydrogen industry. They were looking at the UK for a new factory, but seeing the lack of support on offer from the British government, they now plan to go overseas. I say it must and it will be different under a Labour government. It's time to invest in Britain again, friends. That's why Rachel Reeves and I are today announcing a new institution that will take back control of Britain's economic destiny. Government as partner, investor, and yes, shareholder working with business. A new national wealth fund for Britain. And let me tell you what that's going to do. It's going to lead the world in hydrogen, lead the world in the EV revolution from the North East to the West Midlands, lead the world in green steel from Port Talbot to Scunthorpe, lead the world in decarbonising industry from here on Merseyside to Grangemouth, lead the world in jobs from the southwest to Scotland in offshore wind. Good jobs at good wages with strong trade unions. That's what I mean by a Green New Deal. That's what I mean by an energy policy for the people and the planet. And friends, it cuts to a deeper truth. And I heard this so clearly in the debate. The goal of the next Labour government can't just be to tinker round the edges. The hour is too late. The moment is too serious. The next Labour government will deliver fundamental reform to the institutions of our economy. So we have an economy built by working people for working people. Friends, as it says on the party card, power, wealth and opportunity in the hands of the many, not the few. So let me tell you, here is the election choice. Lower energy bills with Labour, higher bills under the Tories. Energy security with Labour, energy insecurity under the Tories. Millions of green jobs with Labour, opportunities squandered under the Tories. Leading the world again in tackling the climate crisis with Labour, climate delay and denial under the Tories. Friends, these are the stakes. Don't let anyone tell you all parties are the same. Don't let anyone tell you politics doesn't matter. Don't let anyone tell you nothing will change whoever you vote for. This is our mission. This is our chance. Let's protect the people and the planet. Let's rise to this moment. Let's lead, and together let's transform our country. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ed. We now have time for just a few more speakers. Was there somebody from Scotland? Okay, I can see that one hand up. You come now, please, very quickly. And someone from the southeast? Okay, it was you, I think, on the end of the row there. Yes, you, who is just standing upright. So that's two of you I've called so far. Is that right? Just check. You're the person from Scotland, the other person that was there, and then
She needs to come to the desk.
you need to come to the desk before you can. And there was a youth. Can I just check where else we've got? So is there anybody from the southwest that was indicating? You were from the southwest. Okay, you get to come. And I think this is going to be it for now, but please go ahead, Delegate.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Conference. I'm proud to represent Glasgow Kelvin CLP and the City of Glasgow. Thank you. Conference, Glasgow was recently dubbed in the press as Strike City, which I can assure you was thoroughly taken as a compliment. I urge you to support Composite Motion 1 and honour the work that our comrades and the trade unions and communities that support them have been doing in recent months. When Labour members and representatives get on a picket, we acknowledge our party's history and reassure the public that we retain our core values. Thank you. As the delegate from Sutton and Cheam CLP rightly acknowledged earlier on, the Shadow Cabinet at Westminster are the exception and not the rule. Labour representatives and leadership in Scotland and Wales have been loudly and proudly standing on the picket lines with striking workers across unions and industries. It's my great pleasure to support the motion that was moved by Unite and CWU, though I would have enjoyed the opportunity to take part in the compositing last night. Glasgow Kelvin CLP submitted a motion regarding strike action that was remitted by the CAC on the basis that it referenced Shadow Cabinet attendance on pickets, and this should be considered, quote, an organisational matter, unquote. The only reference to organisation that I want to hear from our most senior elected representatives is organising to help workers and their unions win. Victory to all striking workers. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, it's you next.
Hi, Conference. I'm Marie Tidball, Community Union Delegate. Conference, when I was last on this stage in Liverpool 4 years ago, I had my 6-week-old baby in a sling. Now my little girl is at school, and I'm standing here as the Labour parliamentary candidate for Penistone and Stocksbridge. The place where I grew up and call home. When I was a child, my dad, a councillor for Dodworth, was chair of Barnsley Passenger Transport. South Yorkshire had a world-class bus service, thanks to our Labour County Council. Labour knew then, as we know now, that buses are for the people. Labour's fair fares allowed you to travel from one side of our constituency to another, cheaply and reliably. In Penistone and Stocksbridge, buses are a lifeline which connects our families and our communities. But the Conservatives just don't get it. We were promised a London-style transport system. What we got was a bargain basement budget, getting half what they promised. Worse still, South Yorkshire didn't receive a single penny of bus improvement funding. A kick in the teeth for local people who feel like the current Tory MP has only, and I quote, put her head above the parapet when it is too late. And it is too late. We are already seeing services being seriously reduced, like our SLL1 Supertram service link and the number 57. Only on Saturday, I spoke to a mum in Uterbridge who was worried about these cuts to services and how her 14-year-old son was going to get to school. Labour will put people back in control of our buses and at the centre of our bus services, making them greener, fairer and more reliable, so that young and old in our rural areas, our towns and villages across Penistone and Stocksbridge are not isolated, so that children can get to school, so that our shift workers can do the jobs we rely on them to do for fair fares and safely. Every single one of us has the right to use buses to travel to work and see our families and friends without using a car. Public transport is fundamental to achieving social justice and tackling the climate emergency. As the MP for Penistone and Stocksbridge, I will help secure the public transport system that our communities deserve and that our planet desperately needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So it's now my great pleasure to invite Jonathan Reynolds MP, Shadow Secretary of State for Business. Oh, sorry. It's not my great pleasure to do that yet. I'm going to have another speaker. Apologies.
Okay, cool. So, hi, I'm Isabel Saxby, first-time delegate, and I'm representing West Devon and Torridge. Yeah, thank you. So I'm representing West Devon and Torridge. So West Devon is rife with second homes, terrible transport links and rising costs, and it's not a surprise considering our MP is Geoffrey Cox. So I want to know how people are expected to compete with millionaires. TUC found that over a fifth of workers in the southwest are earning under the real living wage. In West Devon, we have the lowest pay in Devon and the third worst pay in the UK. Torridge has the second highest proportion of workers earning below the living wage out of all local authorities in Britain. It's the Tories that have caused this. The rise in child poverty over the last 12 years, empty shelves, tax increases, lower pensions, pay freezes, benefit cuts, and raw sewage spewed into our rivers and onto our beaches. Places like Devon and Cornwall are more than just holiday destinations for city dwellers. They can be hives of economic activity that offer decent jobs in advanced engineering and green technologies, as well as our core industries in healthcare, education, and culture. But this all needs proper investment and attention from a national government if local workers are to get a chance at earning a proper living. Labour is here for the many and not the few. So please support the motion 5 on a £15 pay, because it's essential. But thank you so much.
Delegate. Thank you. It now really is my great pleasure to invite Jonathan Reynolds MP, Shadow Secretary of State for Business and Industrial Strategy. Thank you, Jonathan.
Conference, thank you for the chance to address you today. We meet at a time when the challenges facing our country are very grave indeed, when you're worried about how your communities and your families are going to get through the months ahead. And I know it's hard to feel optimistic when things are so tough, but serving in this role has given me cause for hope. And I know a fresh start with Labour can rebuild this country. I'm thinking of the steelworkers I met in Port Talbot who are ready to make the green steel customers want, the automotive workers in my hometown of Sunderland who have the skills to make the electric cars we need, the scientists I met at Imperial College who have the ideas to solve some of our greatest challenges. We've got some brilliant people in this country, but what we don't have is a government committed to a domestic steel sector or to building the battery factories we need. We don't have a government who values the collaboration of scientists across Europe. We simply don't have a government that's on people's side, and that is what we must change. There was a time when the Tories believed they were the party of business. Now, they're just in the business of parties. After 12 years of misrule, they have failed British business. On their watch, business investment is the lowest in the G7. Economic growth is set to be the lowest in the G7. We've had the worst squeeze to real wages of any country in the G7. And don't just take my word for it. Let's ask them. They admit it. The new Chancellor said they have presided over a vicious cycle of stagnation. The new Prime Minister has said our public services are in a state. Frankly, when the Tories find out who's been running this country for the last 12 years, they are going to be furious. And that is now the big choice in British politics. Everyone agrees the last 12 years have been awful. The difference is we choose to look to the future, while the Conservatives are dusting off the failed policies of the past. In the face of an energy crisis, a business investment crisis, a climate crisis, who have they picked to meet these challenges? As Ed said, it's Jacob Rees-Mogg. One newspaper said he'd be better suited to running a museum than the business department. Frankly, Conference, museums are far too important for that. And now the Tories want to claim they've got the answers to the problems they've created. And it's higher bankers' bonuses, it's cuts to corporation tax, deregulation, picking fights in divisive politics. And it won't work. George Osborne's cuts to corporation tax didn't increase business investment. And we all know what deregulation is code for. Cuts to working people's rights. Cuts to environmental standards so more sewage ends up in the rivers. A race to the bottom, which good businesses and working people never win. Now, I agree with the Tories on one thing. The last 12 years have been a disaster. But while they want to double down on their mistakes, we've got a real plan to make it better. Conference, I'm pleased to announce today that we are launching Labour's industrial strategy. And it's a real industrial strategy, with ambition and the means to achieve it. Our industrial strategy will deliver clean power by 2030, taking the action needed on the climate emergency and keeping good jobs in Britain for decades to come. We'll harness data for the public good, ensuring it isn't just held by corporate gatekeepers, but used to benefit us all. And we'll bolster our national resilience, ensuring our supply chains and working people are never again left so exposed to global shocks. And finally, we'll value the care sector for what it is, an essential part of our economy, ending the job insecurity too often associated with this vital work. We've got the policies to make it happen. Fair pay agreements will be to the next Labour government what the national minimum wage was to the last one. And Conference, I pledge to you now, there will never, ever be a scandal like P&O Ferries under a Labour government. Because a proper industrial strategy, our New Deal for working people, our reform of business rates, our targets for greater spending on research and science, these provide the real alternative the country needs. Labour knows that's how you grow the economy, not on the backs of working people or rewarding bad practice, but through vision and leadership and real partnership to make economic success a reality. No one can deny Britain faces some significant challenges. But rather than shrink from these challenges, the role of government is to meet them head-on. Many of you lived through the 1980s, when Tory governments left people on their own in the face of massive industrial change. We cannot, and we must not, allow this generation of Tories to do the same in response to the challenges we face today. Good work, good wages, a fairer, greener future. That is what we can deliver. And I ask for your support of every one of you to make it happen. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. We will conclude the Better Jobs, Better Work debate and take the votes after our next speaker. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our Shadow Chancellor, Rachel Reeves.
Thank you. Thank you, Conference. It is a privilege to stand here as your Shadow Chancellor under Keir Starmer's leadership. But I know what a responsibility this is too. We are facing a national emergency. Energy prices up. The cost of the weekly food shop up. People's wages not keeping up. On Friday, the Chancellor had an opportunity to set out a serious response to the cost of living crisis, and he failed. What did we get instead? A tax cut for the wealthiest 1%, increased bankers' bonuses, and more than £50 billion piled onto the national debt every single year. They didn't just break their own fiscal rules for the 10th time in 12 years. In one go, they borrowed more than in any single budget since 1972. With inflation already high and interest rates already rising, the message from financial markets was clear on Friday. And this morning, that message is even more stark. Sterling is down. That means higher prices as the costs of imports rise. The cost of government borrowing is up. That means more taxpayers' money will go into paying the interest on our government debt. And in turn, that means the cost of borrowing for working people will now go up too, with higher mortgage repayments for families. And all for what? Not to invest in the industries of the future, not for our NHS, and not for our schools, but for tax cuts for the wealthiest. A return to trickle-down economics, an idea that has been tried, has been tested, and has failed. Why should my constituents in Leeds West, why should people in Merseyside pay for tax cuts for those who are already the wealthiest? It's not what anyone voted for. It's putting our economy in danger, and Conference Labour will fight it every step of the way. Conference. Let me tell you what I believe. I believe that hard work should be met with fair reward. I believe that strong public services are the backbone of any decent society. I believe that inequality divides and holds us back as a country. Conference, I believe that the task of building a fairer society is a moral responsibility. And more than that, it is the route to a stronger economy. The truth is at the heart of Labour's plans for growth. And today, I want to tell you why. Last April, on a cold spring evening, I knocked on the door of a constituent. When I reached out to shake her hand, it was purple and freezing cold. Already back then, she was afraid to put the heating on, struggling to get by on the small pension that she had built up through a lifetime of work. As energy bills and inflation rise even higher, I often think of her. Conference, that is the stark reality facing people all around our country today. And while the Prime Minister spent months denying the need for action on energy prices, Labour was calling for a freeze on the energy price cap. Labour was calling for an end to the indefensible premium paid by families with prepayment meters. And crucially, Labour was calling for a windfall tax on the unimaginable profits being made by the oil and gas companies. Because a proper windfall tax would mean that working people didn't have to foot the bill. But the Prime Minister is content to let energy giants pocket the cash and leave your children and your grandchildren to pick up the tab. Under these Tories, those with the broadest shoulders carry the lightest load. And not by accident, but by choice. Conference, it is time for a government that is on your side, and that government is a Labour government. The effects of Putin's war have reverberated around the world, and we will not waver in our support for Ukraine. The causes of this crisis are global, but our unique exposure to rising energy prices is a result of the choices of Conservative governments. Inaction on insulating homes, inaction on renewable and nuclear energy, and the sheer irresponsibility of closing our gas storage facilities. We are feeling the consequences of a 12-year Tory experiment in unilateral energy disarmament. And what's their answer? Lifting the ban on fracking. Conference. Fracking is dangerous, it is bad for the planet, it won't even reduce our bills, and with Labour it will not happen. Here is our alternative, our Green Prosperity Plan, to provide the only sustainable solution to the energy crisis, to free ourselves from dependence on Russia, to invest in solar, in wind, in tidal, in hydrogen and in nuclear power, and to pass on to our children a fairer and a greener country. This is a moral responsibility, and it's an economic necessity. On climate change, the costs of inaction today will mean far greater costs tomorrow. I refuse to leave our children to pick up the pieces of our failure. Conference, I will be a responsible Chancellor. I will be Britain's first Green Chancellor. Ed Miliband has just set out how the next Labour government will cut energy bills for good by generating all of our electricity from clean sources by 2030. But our Green Prosperity Plan is about something else too. It is about economic growth, because British businesses are falling behind in the global race for new industries, and that matters. It matters that the largest offshore wind farm in Scotland has its blades made not in Scotland, but thousands of miles away. It matters that the rest of Europe is powering ahead with electric battery factories, and we are stuck in the slow lane. It matters that Germany, France, and the US are making the running with green hydrogen, but we are not. We have the ability, but we want the jobs here. We want the factories here, and we want British businesses to take the lead. Here is the deal. The next Labour government will create a national wealth fund so that when we invest in new industries, in partnership with business, the British people will own a share of that wealth, and the taxpayer will get a return on that investment. Wealth flowing from jobs in electric battery factories, in the West Midlands, the North East, the North West and the South West. offshore wind driving investment in our ports, from the Humber to Southampton, East Anglia to Belfast. Clean steel, with jobs in Rotherham, Sheffield, Scunthorpe, Cardiff and Port Talbot. And carbon capture in our industrial heartlands, in Grangemouth and in South Wales, in Humber and in Teesside, and here in Merseyside too. Because conference, when I say I want to buy, make and sell more in Britain, I mean it. What you will see in your town, in your city with Labour, is a sight that we have not seen often enough in our country. Cranes going up, shovels in the ground, the sounds and the sights of the future arriving, secure, skilled jobs for plumbers, electricians and joiners, for designers, scientists and engineers, wealth that will flow back into your community and onto your high street, wealth that the British people will own a stake in, wealth that is invested in our country's future. That is a real plan for climate, that is a real plan for growth and conference, that is a real plan for levelling up. A zero-carbon economy, made right here, made in Britain. It is time for a government that is on your side, and that government is a Labour government. And conference, what about the Tories? 6 different plans for growth in 12 years, each announced with great fanfare, each making no difference. A library of failure. Conference, they've had 12 years. Have they got growth up? No. Have they got inflation down? No. Have they got child poverty down? No. Have they got the NHS waiting lists down? No. And have they even got the debt and the deficit down? No. Conference, it's 12 years of failure. And now, they have replaced levelling up with trickle down. An economic philosophy inadequate to a modern world, and a moral philosophy inadequate to a decent society. Trickle-down economics is a very simple idea, that if we just slash taxes and regulation, we will unleash investment and growth. That how wealth is shared doesn't really matter. Vast gaps between people and places, no importance. Workers' rights, consumer protection, strong public services, all worth sacrificing. That wealth is just created by a few people, a few businesses. It's why, at the same time that ministers lecture low-paid workers about showing restraint, that they can't restrain themselves from removing the cap on bankers' bonuses. I dare any Tory MP to tell a nurse or a care worker to their face that what our country needs right now is bigger bonuses for bankers. It's true, trickle-down is a very simple idea and a very wrong one. Not just wrong because it isn't fair. Wrong too, conference, because it doesn't work. Trickle-down is wrong because how wealth is shared does matter to growth. High inequality strangles the spending power of working people. It piles its social costs onto our public services. It suffocates potential. Trickle-down is wrong because, in a turbulent world, businesses need government as a partner. Trickle-down is wrong because strong institutions and robust public finances provide the foundations for a strong economy. And trickle-down is wrong, conference, because a strong economy needs strong public services. We will defeat the failed ideas of the past with the focus, the ambition and the ideas for the future. Conference, here's the truth. Wealth doesn't trickle from the top down. It comes from the bottom up and the middle out, from the talent and the efforts of tens of millions of ordinary people and from thousands of businesses. Our economy needs the most productive, most high-tech businesses to thrive in Britain. And we all rely on what I call the everyday economy, on transport workers and delivery drivers, on supermarket and retail workers, our NHS and care workers. Don't let anyone tell you that they are not wealth creators too. They are key to our security as a society. And yet too many of them are amongst the most insecure, overworked, underpaid, undervalued. The Tories' trickle-down ideology has nothing to offer them beyond longer hours, lower pay, and less respect. Earlier this year, I met a family in Worthing, a mum and dad working 5 jobs between them, struggling to make ends meet, constantly juggling work and childcare. As a family, they only got half a day a week together. They felt that any hope of buying their own home had evaporated. Good people, working hard. And do you know what the mum said to me? She said, "You just wonder if you're doing something wrong." Conference, something is profoundly wrong. And let's be clear, Liz Truss, we've not fallen behind our neighbours on growth, on productivity or on pay, because British workers lack graft. It's not working people that are the problem. Conference, it's this government that is the problem. I'll tell you what a growing economy needs. Rising wages so that money flows back into vibrant high streets. Parents with the time to thrive at work and spend time with their children. Families with enough savings to weather a storm. And people feeling the confidence to take risks, to change career, to learn new skills or start a business. So, with Labour, there'll be no bonfire of workers' rights, as the Tories intend. As Angela Rayner announced, we will introduce a new deal for working people with strengthened rights fit for the times we are in. And that's not all. On day one as Chancellor, I will write to the Low Pay Commission with a simple instruction that the minimum wage will be set at a level that reflects the real cost of living. The last Labour government delivered Britain's first ever national minimum wage. The next Labour government will introduce a genuine living wage. That's how we will give working people security, and that's how we will grow our economy too. It's time for a government that is on your side. And that government is a Labour government. Here's another thing about growing a 21st century economy. It's no longer enough, if it ever was, for government to simply get out of the way. The challenges of global instability, of pandemics, wars and climate crisis demand that government work in partnership with business. If I were Chancellor right now, I would bring together a National Economic Council that will bring together industry and trade unions, so working people and businesses were at the heart of economic decision-making. I have been privileged in this job to visit businesses across our country, from Rolls-Royce in Derby, pioneering research into carbon-neutral aviation, to Oxford Nanopore, leading work on DNA and RNA sequencing, right through to local businesses like Castleton Mill, once a key part of West Yorkshire's textiles industry, and now a collaborative space for freelancers, remote workers and startups. The world is changing fast, but the British capacity for enterprise, for innovation and for hard work remains undimmed. When I talk to business, they don't tell me that their #1 priority is corporation tax. They tell me about the need for properly targeted investment allowances, the need for workers equipped with the right skills, the need for certainty and a sense of direction from government, and yes, the need for a sensible working relationship with our European neighbours. So we will take those issues head on, starting with the biggest tax problem facing British businesses. Our unfair, outdated system of business rates punishes high street businesses to the advantage of online giants. So Labour will level the playing field. We will abolish business rates and replace them with a fairer system fit for the 21st century. That new system will mean that businesses would get revaluation discounts straight away, rather than waiting for years for their money back. And here's more. Today, Jonathan Reynolds launched our modern industrial strategy that recognises the importance of businesses at the high-tech frontier and of our everyday economy. It sets out a mission to make our economy more secure. We will use all powers at government disposal to buy, make and sell more here in Britain. We will make Britain the best place to start and grow a business, guided by the work of our Startup Review, headed by Lord Jim O'Neill. And we will give our nations and regions, mayors and local leaders right across Britain, the tools to shape their own future. In Labour-run Wales under Mark Drakeford, in our city regions and all around the country, we are seeing the difference that Labour can make in power. And Steve Rotherham, thank you for the leadership that you show here in Merseyside. And conference, if you're remotely serious about growth, then you've got to make Brexit work. Our agriculture and our food industries rely on trade right across Europe, but we have a deal that doesn't even include a veterinary agreement. We are pioneers in creative industries, but we have a deal which ties them in knots over visas. We are the second largest exporter of services in the world, but we have a deal that doesn't include the mutual recognition of professional qualifications. So we will fix the holes in the government's patchwork Brexit deal. And instead of picking needless fights with our largest trading partner, we will work together with our neighbours and our allies in our national interest. That is Labour's approach, proudly pro-worker and proudly pro-business, supporting innovation, sharing opportunity, reviving our high streets. Conference, it is time for a government that is on your side, and that government is a Labour government. I am proud to have started my career as an economist at the Bank of England. Its operational independence is an enduring contribution by the last Labour government to Britain's financial stability. Growth and social justice must be built on firm foundations. Yet this government has undermined the bank's independence, sacked the respected permanent secretary to the Treasury, and gagged the Office for Budget Responsibility. The Chancellor and Prime Minister, meanwhile, resemble two desperate gamblers in a casino, chasing a losing run. But here's the thing. They're not gambling with their money. They're gambling with yours. They've lost credibility. They're losing confidence. They're out of control. And I've said this before conference, but be in no doubt. There can be no return to austerity. It has left our country poorer, our public services at breaking point. and our public finances in tatters. I make this promise to you. Labour will not waver in our commitment to fiscal responsibility. That is why I set out the fiscal rules for the next Labour government a year ago. Every policy that Labour announces and every line in our manifesto will be carefully costed and fully funded. Last year, I told this conference that I was more than happy to take on the Tories when it came to economic competence, because I know we can win. I'm now wondering whether they even plan to show up for the fight. It's becoming clearer by the day. Labour is the party of economic responsibility and the party of social justice. Conference, it's time for a government that is on your side, and that government is a Labour government. Now, we need a growing economy. We need a growing economy to pay for modern, sustainable public services. But a growing economy needs strong public services too. This is personal to me. My mum and dad were primary school teachers. I'm really proud of that. My sister Ellie and I used to play for hours in my dad's classroom while he worked late into the evening, because he wanted the kids that he taught to have the very best start in life. And this was all in the face of Conservative governments hostile to the very idea of public service. I went to school under those governments. I remember what it was like. This is why I joined this party, and it is why I am here today. Strong public services are the foundation of a strong society. And Conference, we owe everything to those who work in our National Health Service. But we also know that our health service today is on its knees. It is a social priority and it is an economic priority. In the last 3 years, 500,000 people have left the labour market. More than half of those due to long-term illness. So, as Keir Starmer set out a year ago, we will guarantee access to mental health treatment within a month to anyone who needs it. Here's more. We need strong, sustainable public finances alongside strong, sustainable public services. So our priority is not tax cuts for the wealthiest few. It is securing our public finances and investing in our public services. Conference, I can tell you, with a Labour government, those at the top will pay their fair share. The 45p top rate of income tax is coming back. And here's what we'll do with that money. The next Labour government will double the number of district nurses qualifying every year. We will train more than 5,000 new health visitors. We will create an additional 10,000 nursing and midwife places every year. More than that, we will implement the biggest expansion of medical school places in British history, doubling the number of medical students so our NHS has the doctors that it needs. It will fall to us to fix the damage that the Tories have done. We have done it before, and Conference, We will do it again. Know that these are Labour's priorities. Strong public services to support people and grow our economy. A greener, fairer Britain, with jobs for people in Britain. Industries owned by the people of Britain. Profits shared with the people of Britain. Pro-business and pro-worker for a stronger economy, where you do well. Because when you do well, Britain does well. Hope and opportunity, whoever you are, wherever you live. That is Labour's vision for Britain. That is what we are fighting for. Let me tell you, it's time for a government that is on your side. That government is a Labour government, and be in no doubt, Conference, that government is on its way. Thank you. Thank you, Conference. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you, Conference. Thank you, Rachel. So we now have one final speaker. So if you could very quickly make your way from the FBU, also in the darkened area of the room, then we will take that final speaker. And while you're making your way, I will just make an announcement. I'm not trying to make you leave the hall, but you do need to know this. The UEFA Women's 2022 trophy is at Conference and will be, will be on display at stand 73 from 4 o'clock. Is the speaker from the FBU on their way? Yes, brilliant. And then we are taking the votes, so please make sure, if you're leaving, you leave very, very quietly, but don't leave.
Hi, comrades. Steve Wright from the Fire Brigades Union. Firstly, I would like to say from the outset, my union, the Fire Brigades Union, supports striking workers, the dockers, the posties and the railway workers. And we have been, and we always will be, on the picket lines with you. And I will repeat the call that has been made today. Will the Labour leadership, will Keir Starmer, if he can still hear me, join those picket lines? Will he join our picket lines when we move to strike action? I'd like to thank the CWU and Unite for bringing Composite 1, which importantly calls for public ownership. And let's not be ashamed of calling for public ownership. We are socialists after all. And we wouldn't have firefighters going to food banks if the current system was working. The pandemic only amplified the skewed power relations in society. We must not go back to the old system. We must build a fairer, more equal society that gives everyone a stake, a voice at work and a hope for a better future. We know that we can never trust the ruling class and the Tory government to protect workers. They continue to show their utter contempt for workers, and we must prepare for their future attacks. Workers should and will not pay for this crisis. The Labour movement is stating this loud and clear in this conference hall, and so should the Labour Party. There are attacks coming our way to our union, and we must build our resistance and our movement to fight them. Comrades, another threat still lays dormant that hasn't been mentioned too much today: the climate emergency, the industrial issue for my union, and ultimately a class struggle that we have to continue to put workers at the heart of any programme, and that means unshackling trade union legislation. and we need to ensure that any economic response out of this cost of living crisis and any response to the climate emergency has to include all anti-trade union laws being repealed, and that solidarity action is allowed to take place freely in this country. We will not change things by sitting idly by. We need to fight and fight now. Enough is enough. We need a fairer, greener future. But it can't just be a slogan. It's an emergency and it needs to be treated like one. I urge you to support Composite 1, Solidarity Comrades.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We now move to the votes. And we'll take it slowly so everybody's clear what we're voting on. They are all votes by show of hands. The first is the references back on the Better Jobs, Better Work Policy Commission document. There are two, and they are on pages 10 and 11 of the Green Conference Arrangements book this morning. So the first is from Labour International CLP on page 10. Can I see all those in favour? Thank you. Can I see those against? That is carried. Okay, so that will be referred back to the Policy Commission. We now move to the vote on Sutton and Cheam CLP, which is on pages 10 and 11. Can I see all those in favour? Thank you. Can I see those against? Again, that is carried, so it will be referred to the Policy Commission. Thank you. We now move to the votes on the motions. Composite 1, the growing challenges of our economy, which is the wording in the addendum to the CAC report. Can I see all those in favour? Thank you. Those against? That is carried, overwhelmingly. Composite 2, the growing challenges of our economy. Can I see, this is on page 13 of the Conference Arrangements Committee report. Can I see all those in favour? Thank you. Those against? That is carried. Again, overwhelmingly. Now we move to Composite 3, which is on page 14 of the Conference Arrangements Committee report. Investing in infrastructure 1. Can I see all those in favour? Thank you. Can I see those against? Again, carried overwhelmingly. Thank you. Composite 4, investing in infrastructure 2, which is on page 16 of the Conference Arrangements Committee report. Can I see all those in favour? Thank you. Those against? Okay, again, overwhelmingly. Thank you. And finally, Composite 5, workers' pay. Can I see, which is on pages 16 and 17 of the Conference Arrangements Committee report. All those in favour? Unison a bit ahead of the game there. Thank you. Carried. Oh, sorry. Any against? Those against, I apologise. No, there weren't any, I don't think. Is that correct? Unanimous. And finally, the section of the NPF report, pages 17 to 28, Better Jobs, Better Work policy. Can I just confirm? All those in favour? Thank you. Any against? That looks, just checking at the back, unanimous. Thank you very much indeed. So, conference now stands adjourned until 2:15 this afternoon. Thank you very much, conference.
Good afternoon, conference. Very quiet. Good stuff. So I hope you had a nice lunch. This afternoon's session is themed around devolution and the difference that Labour can make when we win. We've got some great speakers lined up to lead the discussion about what our movement can achieve when we're in power at various levels of government. In May, we had some fantastic results across the country, but a particular highlight was in Wales, where Welsh Labour continued their winning streak, including winning control of the Tory stronghold of Monmouthshire. So, to kick off the Wales report, we have our brilliant Shadow Secretary of State, Jo Stevens.
Thank you, Jo. Thank you, conference. It's wonderful to be back in Liverpool, a great city with a great heart, and on a clear day, obviously some great views of Wales too. And it's a real honour to address conference this afternoon as Labour's Shadow Secretary of State for Wales. Firstly, I want to thank our Welsh Labour staff who go above and beyond for our party all the time. And our wonderful Shadow Wales team in Parliament, Gerald Jones, Jessica Morden, and in the House of Lords, Debbie Wilcox. But I particularly want to thank all of our Welsh Labour MPs. There are 22 of us, all working hard every single day for the people of Wales as part of our strong, united and determined Welsh Labour team. Representatives across our councils, the Senedd and Parliament. From Mark Tarmy in the north to Tonya Antoniazzi in the southwest, every single one of our Welsh Labour MPs makes a difference for the people we represent. And talking about making a difference, who better to exemplify that than our brilliant Deputy Leader of Welsh Labour, Carolyn Harris. Carolyn is a campaigning machine. Through her Children's Funeral Fund campaign, Carolyn achieved something remarkable for bereaved families in the worst possible circumstances of their lives. Not just in Wales, but in England, Scotland and Northern Ireland too. And she didn't stop there. Now, both women and men, for the first time in my life, are talking at home, in their workplaces and across the media about the menopause and its impact on women and the need to improve healthcare, medical training and employment practices. Carolyn has helped to change women's lives because of this. So from all of us, Carolyn, thank you. We are lucky to have you. Conference, this year marks 100 years of Labour winning the majority of seats in Wales in every single general election. It's a remarkable achievement, and it reflects on Wales's central role in the history of our party and across our Labour and trade union movement. And this year we also celebrate 23 years of devolution in Wales. Devolution delivered by a Labour government to the people of Wales, who have put their trust in us at every single Senedd election since and know that we are on their side. But we never take a single vote for granted. We have to earn every vote. And none of those election successes could have been achieved without your help and your support. To everyone across our Labour and trade union movement who has given their time and effort campaigning all year round to help us win elections and persuaded others to do the same, thank you. You are brilliant, and I know you will continue being brilliant. Whether it's in a general election, a Senedd election, or our hugely successful council elections earlier this year, as you've heard, following which the Tories do not run a single council in Wales, people in Wales know and see that Labour is working for them. We listen, we share values and aspirations, we earn trust, and we deliver for Wales as a team. And in the most difficult of times, during the pandemic and now during the Conservative cost of living crisis, people across the UK can look to Wales to see the difference that a Labour government makes. No reckless Tory borrowing of billions, instead of looking to the £170 billion excess profits of the oil and gas producers, or scrapping the cap on investment bankers' bonuses, our Labour government in Wales is using every lever it has to put money back in the pockets of people who need it most. Extending free school meals and providing free breakfasts, a real living wage for social care workers, help with council tax bills, giving students the best deal anywhere in the whole of the United Kingdom, and extending our childcare offer to parents who are in training and education. Labour is building our stronger, fairer, greener Wales. And there'll be no Tory fracking in Wales conference, none at all. We in Wales will play our part in powering the UK economy with renewable energy, creating the stronger, fairer, greener Britain that Rachel spoke so brilliantly about this morning. But our job, conference, our job is to make sure that we get Keir into Downing Street, leading a UK Labour government working hand in hand with our Welsh Labour government. So, conference, now it gives me enormous pleasure to welcome my friend and Cardiff neighbour, our brilliant Welsh Labour leader and First Minister of Wales, Mark Drakeford.
Well, Anol gyfeillion, prynhawn da. Joe, thank you for that introduction, for everything that you do and that fantastic group of Welsh MPs do day in and day out on behalf of people in Wales. And thank you, Chair, for this opportunity to address conference. Whenever I come to Liverpool, I'm always glad to be able to say how great it is to be back in North Wales. And there's a very special reason for that Welsh celebration this year. As you heard from Joe, this autumn it will be 100 years since the Labour Party first won a majority of seats in a general election in Wales. And we've done it. We've done it in every election across the whole of the century which has followed. And it is a remarkable achievement. But the celebration is very powerfully accompanied by a growing sense of disappointment and disillusion. Because in the 100 years during which Labour has voted time and time again for Labour, only a third of those years has resulted in a Westminster government at Westminster, a Labour government at Westminster. And the message I bring this afternoon is a very simple one. The central reason for our party's existence, the reason why our members do all those things we ask of them, knocking those doors, delivering those leaflets, making those phone calls, is this: we exist to seek and to win political power. Now, we do that not as an end in itself, but because only in that way can we change for the better the lives of those who rely on the Labour Party, rely on our party to fashion that better future for us all. And conference, we can do better. Whether that's through a Welsh Labour government, or a Labour mayor, or a Labour council, we show every day the difference that Labour can make. And when we don't do it, when we don't win power on their behalf, let's be clear, we let those people down. We can carry on winning our own elections in Wales and doing all the things which only we can do. But without a Labour government at Westminster, the story can never be complete. And using the privilege of power, even in the toughest of times, it's an obligation, not a choice. In our local elections in May of this year, while the Tories lost 44% of all the seats they held in Wales, we won councils right across the country.
Now, for those of you wondering what to do when this conference is over, I can offer you the opportunity to walk from the northern shores of Wales to the southernmost tip without ever leaving territory where Labour is in power. And what a sense of excitement, of new possibility there is when at last we are able to put those Labour priorities into practice. Whenever we've had the chance, it is Labour governments which have shaped the lives of our citizens for the better. Without Labour in power, there would be no NHS, no national minimum wage, no devolution to Wales and Scotland, and no peace in Northern Ireland either. And because in Wales we have had the opportunity to show what we're able to do as a Labour government, we can say to you this afternoon that in this Senedd term, as Joe told you, we won't be restarting fracking because we've never allowed it in the first place. And when we said a year ago that we would pay all our social care workers the real living wage, this year I can tell you that we've now already done it. And by the end of this Senedd term, in every primary school, in every part of Wales, every child will have a universal free school meal. Now, Conference, let me just set all this in the context of two discussions currently going on inside our own party. First of all, the Senedd, with its unbroken Labour governments, has always been elected by proportional representation. And that system was put on the statute book twice by Labour governments at Westminster. In a conference earlier this summer in Wales, over 3/4 of the entire Welsh Party voted to strengthen the proportionality of our voting system, making sure that every Labour vote in Wales will count towards creating that next Welsh Labour government. And secondly, Conference, while Labour has always formed the government in Wales, we've never governed alone. The fault line in Welsh politics runs right down the middle of the Senedd. On one side, a reactionary, out-of-touch, deeply unloved Conservative party. On the other side, those parties committed to social and economic progress. Do the parties of the centre-left agree on everything? Of course not. But we focus on those areas where progressive parties can agree. A politics which recognises the dominant position of Labour, but which also knows that no party has a monopoly on good or progressive ideas. And in the face of the dreadful decisions of last week, the obligation to do everything we can to take and exercise power on behalf of that great mass of decent people, the length and breadth of the United Kingdom, that obligation is more powerful than ever. How has it come to this? A country in which the rich are rewarded, while a cruel and casual kick is aimed at those families struggling by on bare bones universal credit. Conference, of course we are better than this. People across our country want what we as a party want. A country in which the broadest backs bear the greatest burden, where we protect, not punish, those made vulnerable by sickness or disability or old age, where extraordinary windfall profits are put to the work for the benefit of us all, and where borrowing is used to invest in the skills and the infrastructure which really create economic growth, not squandered away in pursuit of a dogma which has been disproved time and time again right around the world. Today, a fearful United Kingdom looks on in dismay and disbelief at the wreckage being caused by a government which they had no hand in creating. Towards the end of his too short life, Aneurin Bevan's great friend and agent Archie Lush said to him, "You see, Nye, you could have been Prime Minister if you wanted to." And Bevan replied, "I never wanted to be anything. I wanted to do something." And conference, this is the simple difference between the Tories and ourselves. They scrap like ferrets in a sack just to become Prime Minister. We want Keir Starmer to be Prime Minister because we know that he will want to do the things which only Labour can do. Wales and Britain really can be better, and that's why there is nothing more important for Wales than working together to make sure that happens. Diolch yn fawr. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mark and Joe, and thanks for reminding us the difference that our party can make when we do achieve power. So, 100 years in power in Wales and still going strong. Not Mark and Joe, obviously. Labour in Wales. So, conference, I'm not taking speakers right now, but if anyone does want to contribute to the discussion on Wales or Scotland, local or regional government, we'll take that as part of the main debate later this afternoon. And obviously, if you happen to be sitting in the Welsh or Scottish seats, you probably stand a good chance of getting selected. So, across England, Labour Metro mayors are in power, delivering change for their communities, and representing them today we have Liverpool's very own Steve Rotherham. But first, a video.
Well, in the Liverpool City region, there are many great examples of Labour in power delivering for ordinary people. If you have a look at our transport network, you'll see that it's a 21st century London-style integrated transport network that will connect people with opportunity.
In Greater Manchester, we are bringing in a cap on bus fares, £2 for adults, £1 for kids.
I've been investing with small businesses to create jobs, joiners, getting them to be digital so they can export. I've brought thousands of digital jobs into Newcastle in the North East, and we're training people so they can get these jobs.
The very first things that we did when we came into power last year was to make sure that we invested £50 million in our green environmental policies.
We're working on building a greener, fairer, more prosperous London. We've started more council homes than any year since the 1970s. We've reduced toxic air by half. We've doubled spending on rough sleeping, taking 11,000 rough sleepers off our streets.
We are delivering on slashing bus fares across the region from September, working with our partners, our bus operators through the Enhanced Partnership, so that we can get a £2 capped single fare and a £4.50 day fare, slashing it from £5.50, bringing £500 potentially into people's pockets.
We're working on a clean energy strategy so we can bring down people's bills. We're building a better economy, not just a bigger economy, and we're changing how politics is done.
It's a cost of living crisis, and Labour mayors are on the ground making a difference.
And only Labour
in power
delivers
for working people.
So, welcome to conference, Steve.
Conference, Steve Rotherham, Liverpool Walton CLP, and the proud Mayor of the Liverpool City region, the heartland of our party in power. Six local authority leaders, one police and crime commissioner, 16 out of 17 MPs, and one Metro Mayor, all Labour. Now, I'm sorry about the weather. It's been a bit inclement, hasn't it? When we said we'd ban the sun, we didn't mean the one in the sky. But despite the rain, I'm sure you'll all feel the warmth of our welcome here. Now, last time I spoke from the platform, Labour was still in government, and obviously my speech went down that well that they've invited me back so soon after. So, Conference, this week we'll be hearing a lot about strategy, proposals, policies and plans for a Labour government. But what will it all mean to ordinary people's lives? Because it's been a long, hard 12 years that's seen Tory austerity wreak havoc on our communities. But despite what some would have you believe, being out of Downing Street doesn't mean that we've been out of power. That would do a gross disservice to Mark in Wales and Labour administrations up and down the country who are making a tangible difference to people's lives, demonstrating that there is an alternative to this bizarre Thatcher Tribute Act. Look at the work of our Metro Mayors who are using devolution to put Labour values into action. Just imagine how we could turbocharge things for everyone with a Labour Prime Minister and a government of the people, for the people, that would show you how you can grow an economy while still helping those most in need. One that would build a country fit for the future. Take energy. A Labour government would accelerate plans for the transition to renewables, decarbonising transport and energy-intensive industries. Imagine Ed Miliband and Johnny Reynolds leading the race to net zero and the green industrial revolution, whilst creating tens of thousands of well-paid jobs in the process. Locally, they would put rocket boosters on our plans for hydrogen production, a mass retrofitting programme for energy-inefficient homes, and a Mersey-tidal project that would produce enough clean, green, predictable energy to power 1 million homes for over a century. Or on skills, where Labour would fix the mess the Tories have made of our education and skills system. Just imagine Bridget Phillipson giving hope and opportunity to our next generation, rolling out a young person's guarantee, a genuine choice between university or a proper apprenticeship, funded through the billions of apprenticeship levy underspend. Locally, it would help us train more people for jobs in the industries of tomorrow, as well as more brickies today. Or on transport, where Labour would put the public back into public transport. Imagine Louise Haigh rolling out the model of bus re-regulation being led by myself here in the Liverpool City region and someone called Andy Burnham in Greater Manchester, with smart ticketing and capped fares. Our city region is also the first in the country to buy our own trains, investing £500 million into brand new rolling stock. But that's not all we're doing. We're buying a fleet of hydrogen buses, building new rail stations and expanding our active travel network, demonstrating the difference Labour can make in power. And it's great news that today we're committed to renationalising the whole rail system, For the naysayers, for those who'd rather be out of the tent than in, I say it is our movement that's been the greatest force for social justice in this country's history. It's time to back us, not attack us. Because, let's face it, winning the next general election will change people's lives. And I can hear the realisation of defeat in Tory voices. I can see the inevitability of loss in Tory body language I can see Labour victory in Tory eyes. Conference, imagine a Labour government. It's easy if you try. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Steve. So we're just about to move to this afternoon's main debate, but before we do so, I'd like to wish everybody in the Jewish community a very happy and sweet New Year, this Rosh Hashanah. So, Conference, our main debate covers the Future Where Families Come First section of the NPF report. We will also have motions on social care, equalities and 3 on electoral reform. We will also hear contributions from Wales, Scotland and all levels of regional and local government. As with this morning's session, we're going to start with references back to the Policy Commission report. There is one which we have from Sutton and Cheam CLP, so would a delegate from that CLP like to come and move their reference back? And whilst the delegate makes their way to the lectern, the reference back is on page 11 of the CAC report.
Hey, afternoon conference. I'm back. My name's still Liz Martin, Sutton and Cheam CLP, thank you. First time delegate to conference. I'm here to move this reference back. In view of this whole issue rapidly changing, it needs to be referred back for the NPF to formulate it with the latest party position on energy bill capping and windfall taxation, as well as considering long-term options for energy security, such as the public ownership of energy companies. Labour for a Green New Deal, whose motions have failed to get through, have said that profiteering from private sector is a barrier to decarbonisation and tackling inequality. Democratic public ownership is crucial to a socialist Green New Deal, which eliminates emissions and brings down bills. We therefore feel it's important that Conference votes to send a message to the party leadership and the NPF that the issue of energy public ownership be reconsidered. I would ask Conference to support this reference back. Solidarity.
Thank you, delegates. Can I ask if anyone wishes to speak in favour or against the reference back? Nope. Okay, thank you. We will now move to the composite motions. First up is composite 6 on social care, which is to be moved by Colchester CLP and seconded by Banbury CLP. So if those delegates could make their way to the floor. And whilst those delegates make their way to the front for your reference, composite 6 is on page 17 of the CAC report. And if any other movers and seconders would like to make their way to the Speaker's desk in preparation, that would help us move things along. Thank you.
Molly Bloomfield, first-time youth delegate for Colchester CLP, and elected councillor in May, where we took control of the council back from the Tories. Conference, I got involved in politics because I am a feminist. I became a socialist because I am a feminist. And as a feminist, I believe that women should be treated equally in our society and our economy. In our current care system, 82% of social care workers are women, but 40% of senior management are men. The privatised care system means that women working in the social care system are hardly paid a living wage. Meanwhile, the bosses extract huge profits paid for by the loved ones and families of our most vulnerable. I've seen my fellow students, my friends, struggle to get by working in our broken care system. These students are disproportionately migrant women and disproportionately women of colour. They do not deserve this. And to all those people who have deemed this feminised work unskilled, you could not be more wrong. Women are also the main unpaid family carers for disabled children, working-age adults and elderly relatives, at the sacrifice of their own careers, earnings and pensions. We need to recognise the wonderful work that they do, with an allowance that properly reflects the value of their work, an allowance that would make a huge difference on the inequality that many working-class women in this country face. It is the duty of a civilised society to care for its members. Disabled people and carers face increased isolation, indignity, maltreatment and neglect. Barriers to inclusion and independent living are in breach of the UN Convention on the Rights of Disabled People. The current system does not reflect users' needs, wishes and diversity. And so long as we keep a social care system that is ultimately run in the interests of profit, this will always be the case. So what do we want Wes Streeting and his Shadow Secretary of Health and Social Care team to do? We want you to mend the Tories' broken social care system. We want a nationalised social care system that is democratically accountable, publicly funded, publicly provided, free at point of use and not for profit. Conference, I urge you to vote for Composite 6 and put disabled people, elderly people, families, women, the workers and the people before profit. Thank you.
Well, you couldn't tell that that was a first-time delegate because that was fantastic.
Hello, Conference. Amanda Watkins, Vice Chair of Banbury CLP, recently elected District Councillor for Banbury Ruscott Ward and first-time delegate. The reason I'm mentioning my ward, Banbury Ruscott, is because it is listed authorities have been forced to cut those services that provided early intervention and support and have had to set progressively higher thresholds for providing help. This often means only intervening to protect people when the situation has reached crisis point. This is having tragic consequences for children and adults who are being deprived of essential care and support or are suffering serious abuse and neglect. For years, there has been a policy of contracting out more and more local authority services, such as foster and residential care for children and young people, as well as personal care at home and residential and nursing home care for adults. Children and young people are being placed far away from their families and communities. Young people who have come into care because of abuse and exploitation are being placed in unregulated accommodation with minimal support, where they become easy prey to abusers and drug traffickers. Too many social care staff are underpaid, poorly trained and undervalued for the demanding nature of the work that they do, the level of responsibility they carry, and for the commitment that many of them demonstrate on a daily basis. Make no mistake, social care is in crisis. The people I represent deserve more. They deserve better. They deserve a Labour government. I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, delegates. We now move to Composite 7 on equalities. Could the mover from Unite and seconder from the GMB please come down to the Speaker's desk?
Jane Taylor from Unite the Union, moving the composite motion on equalities. Conference, let's be clear, income and wealth inequality has deepened in this country, and here I am talking about it again. What on earth is wrong with us that we can't fix this problem? Labour is and must continue to be the party of equalities, and when we are elected, we must fix it once and for all. No more delays or tinkering around the edges. Let us tell our people that Labour will fix this. But for now, we need to strengthen policies and remain at the forefront of tackling inequality in a real and meaningful way. Let us tell our people that we will introduce a new Race Equalities Act, that we will end equal pay gaps, and that we will make our country a better and more equal place for everyone. Conference, we can't just agree on the employment rights green paper commitments. We need to deliver on fair pay agreements, sexual bargaining, stronger maternity and caring rights, and a duty to prevent harassment. And let's not forget statutory rights for union equality reps. I've been one, and they really change workplaces for the better. And finally, Conference, putting equality at the heart of Labour's agenda must include restoring the rights of migrant domestic workers and implementing the ILO Violence and Harassment Convention. Conference, this Conservative government has not only deepened income and wealth inequality, it has exposed and widened the systematic inequalities faced by women, Black and Asian, disabled and LGBT+ people. Labour must win the next election. We are on the brink of government, and Labour must deliver on equalities. There is no other option. Conference, please support the composite.
Rhea Wolfson, GMB Union, seconding Composite 7. 2 hot meals a day. When we asked our members about what being denied equal pay means, this is what one woman told us. Not being able to have 2 hot meals a day. Unequal pay is trapping women workers in in-work poverty. Their wages are being stolen from them and are being used as a crutch to prop up our public services. How did we get here? The brutal truth is the Labour movement has let women down. We've been too slow to take up the fight for equal pay. We've failed the legacy of Barbara Castle and the 4 Dagenham workers who secured the Equal Pay Act. Carol, who's here in the hall, spent 7 years, let me repeat that, 7 years trying to convince her union to take her equal pay seriously. But GMB's groundbreaking Women's Campaign Unit are changing things, and we're now ready to launch that campaign and win back those stolen wages. It's our duty to honour the legacy of the women who have come before us, the women on the shop floor who are demanding pay justice, and for the girls who will become the women workers of the future. It is time for a radical agenda on equal pay. Labour and government must introduce legislation that allows for cross-employer comparators. This would end the sexist employment practice of privatising low-paid women's jobs in order for employers, including councils across the country, to outsource their equal pay problems. Where Labour is already in power, it must take action to settle outstanding equal pay claims. We are calling on Labour-run Birmingham City Council to move beyond warm words and settle claims being made by women workers who keep that council going. And beyond claims, we call on all Labour councils to get out from behind their council officers and end ongoing discrimination. Our movement has underestimated the power of women workers for too long. We have been too conservative in our demands. Women know the value of their labour. Women know their worth. And women are ready to demand better from our movement, from their employers and from this government. Rachel Reeves said it's time for a Labour government. Well, in 2022, it's time for equal pay. I second.
Conference, we now move to composites 8, 9 and 10 on electoral reform. They are pages 21, 22 and 23 of the CAC report. So if the movers and seconders of those motions could make their way to the Speaker's desk, please. We have 3 motions because at the composite meeting they could not find consensus for a single motion. If you're moving or seconding any of these, obviously you will have the floor. So, starting with electoral reform, the first motion to be moved would be that one from Ashford, CLP.
Chair, Conference, David Ward, Ashford, CLP. 30 years ago, I was privileged to work as head of policy to the late and much missed former Labour Party leader, John Smith. Today I'm speaking to propose Composite 8 on electoral reform. I've lived in the Tories' so-called blue wall in Kent for over 20 years. In the last general election, Labour won 25% of the vote, but we elected just 1 MP. Compared that to the Tories' 16, and you can see the problem we face. Labour's voice, Labour's voters, Labour's purpose to defend ordinary people are being strangled by first past the post. You don't have to look far to see the challenges our country faces. The skyrocketing cost of living looks set to push family budgets to breaking point. Now more than ever, we need a government which will deliver the interests of ordinary people. Instead, we have a Tory government which, as we saw with last week's obscene budget, prioritising protecting bankers' bonuses and cutting taxes for the rich. The Tories can get away with this because our current electoral system lets them. Their trickle-down economics are underpinned by trickle-down democracy. A system which hands all the power to a small number of voters in marginal swing seats, leaving millions of us unrepresented in Westminster. The result is a government which bears no resemblance to the one that most of us voted for. All of us in the Labour Party want social justice and a more equal society, and that must be based on the fundamental principle that all votes should count, no matter where they are cast. We know there is overwhelming support for proportional representation across our party and within the wider Labour movement. And that's why today we're asking Conference to make a historic commitment in favour of fair votes. The right-wing press will say now is not the time to talk about democracy, yet they do so as they cheerlead one of the most anti-democratic governments I've seen in my lifetime. They support the status quo because the status quo supports them. They do not want Labour to win, but Conference, we will win. And when we do, we will deliver the fairer and greener future we all want, and at the heart of that will be a fair electoral system. It falls to Labour to stand up for the millions of ordinary people who so desperately need a government on their side, with a voting system which no longer leaves them behind. I urge you, support this motion, Composite 8, for proportional representation.
Thank you, Delegate. So, North West Leicester, SCLP to second.
Hi everyone. Charisma Griffiths, Vice Chair of North West Leicestershire CLP and self-employed businesswoman. Growing up, my mother gave me a speech that her mother gave to her. She told me I would have to work twice as hard to be seen, speak twice as long to be heard, and explain twice as much to be understood. It was a lesson I felt keenly growing up on a council estate in a Tory safe seat. My community needed Labour representation as much as any other, but my voice felt lost in an unfair electoral system. I felt forgotten. Today, living in another Tory safe seat in Leicestershire, I see that same feeling in millions of others and in those closest to me. How can that be right? Having an electoral system that means only a small fraction of voters matter leaves people like me feeling marginalised. This reinforces the divides in our country where far too often how well you do is determined by where you grow up. I was lucky. Many others aren't. The stark inequalities in our communities are rooted in the stark inequality at the heart of our democratic system. This is why Labour needs to set out a fairer voter system, so we can make this a fairer, more equal country. One which is accountable, that keeps the link between local representatives and constituencies. We must be transparent and always listen to our communities. I know that the next Labour government under Keir Starmer will do just this. It is vital to fix the shortfall in representation in our government. With Labour in charge, we will support our small businesses. We will revive and restore our National Health Service. We will commit to a greener, fairer future. First-time Speaker, first-time Delegate, I second this motion.
And you stuck perfectly to time. Thank you. So the next motion on electoral reform is one from Blackpool North and Cleveland CLP, please.
Good afternoon, Conference. Michael Shepherd from Blackpool North and Cleveland. I'm here to propose motion 9, a future for accountable politics. Over the past decade, the Tories have ruled over our country, and we've seen trust in politics fall to an all-time low. They've abused their power whilst in office, from unlawfully proroguing Parliament to attempting to change the ministerial code to protect their own. This came to the forefront when Boris Johnson and the Tories were smuggling wine into Number 10, while our doctors, nurses, care workers and all other key workers were looking after our families, our mothers, our brothers, our sisters, our daughters and our sons. I want to tell you about a friend of mine, Ross. He's a community nurse from Fleetwood. He worked shift after shift in full PPE, going to the most vulnerable people's homes, looking after them, holding their hands when they were in the most severe pain. He was doing his best to battle through, working in these conditions, and he knew it was the right thing to do. He knew he was saving lives. But the anger that he felt when he saw the news that Boris Johnson and all of the Tory party were backing him to hold his parties, to continue to lie to Parliament, and he just couldn't get over it. He's so disheartened with the political system. Anyway, we are where we are. We now have trickle-down trust, who's at the heart of Johnson's government at the time of it was happened. She supported his lies then. She'll continue to support his lies now. I just hope that we can change that. With this policy, if I can ask you all to vote for this change in composite number 9, to have our own country back under Labour control and to fix the broken political system where we hold our MPs to account. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Delegate. Just before I call the seconder, can I just remind people, if you are standing at the back, if you could take your conversations outside, because we can hear some of it at the front. So, to second that motion is Sutton and Cheam CLP. Thanks. Yeah, you need to...
Hi, Liz Martin. Thank you. Sutton and Cheam CLP, you will be sick of me by the end of this conference, but I am nice, really. I want to second my colleague from Blackpool's motion. I hadn't really prepared anything, if I'm honest, but I just want to tell you this. I'm backing it because one of the Fridays that Boris Johnson and his team had a party, my dad died during the first lockdown, and I was furious, like probably a lot of the rest of the country were. And the fact that he hasn't been properly held to account, that he was allowed to stay in position that he was in, I just thought just really completely trashed the whole idea of being a Prime Minister in any sort of, position like that. So, yeah, so it's really on a personal level, but on behalf of Sutton and Cheam CLP, I'd like to support the motion that was just brought before conference and ask you to support it. For that.
Thank you, Delegate. So finally, the third electoral reform motion, which is going to be moved by Glasgow Anniesland CLP.
Feels like a game show walking up those steps. Conference, comrades, colleagues, lords and ladies. Paul Cruikshank, Glasgow Anniesland CLP, moving composite number 10. Conference, we are all members of the Labour Party here, give or take. So I suspect I won't need to go over the arguments as to why we should abolish the House of Lords. I could spend some precious speech time going over that, the unelected nature of the Lords, how it's been used in the past, and I suspect probably will in the future to be stacked against progress by filling it full of regressive demagogues. The fact there are still hereditary peers who sit in Parliament because their great-great-great-grandfather's dad owned some land once, and the continuing presence of Church of England bishops in an increasingly diverse country. I could go through the list of all that, but that'd be a waste of time. I will take a second to acknowledge that the House of Lords, particularly Labour peers in the House of Lords, have helped curb some of the worst excesses of this current Tory government. But, comrades, the Lords does still need to go. But to say, thank you, one person, might be a tougher vote than I thought. But seriously, Conference, to say what we're against for Labour isn't enough. To say what we're against isn't enough. If we are to win power, and we will win power at the next general election, we need to also say what we would do instead. We must say what Labour is for. We're for a broad range of voices for our wide-ranging debate. We are for ensuring that anyone is properly represented and no one's left behind. We are for uniting people from different places and different pasts to achieve a common goal, because we know, Conference, that by the strength of our common endeavour, we achieve far much more than we ever do alone. And a Senate of the nations and regions, a Senate as a revising chamber, not just from the English regions, but from the Scottish and Welsh regions as well, having distinct regional national voices involved in a national forum would strengthen our democracy generally. A forum where the west coast of Scotland is just as forceful as the west end of London, and we can learn from international best practice in doing this. The Conference, the story of this Tory government, and also, I should add, the story of Scotland's SNP government, is one of nationalism over rationalism, building a national myth over rational fact. And we know that Labour does its best when we represent the real interests of real people. But as much as the UK is a family of nations, we are not the same. Glasgow shares a pass with Liverpool, but is separate from it. And I must also stress that Glasgow is very different from Edinburgh as well. Scotland is not a monolith, and nor is the UK. We are a different party to the Tories and the SNP because we know that the flag we stand in front is not the be-all and end-all. It's what we do and who we say. So, conference, I move. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. So, Maidenhead CLP to second. Thanks.
Catherine Baker, Maidenhead CLP, Cooperative and Community Member. Thank you. Speaking on Composite 10, Progressive Reform of the House of Lords. Now, I need to be honest with you. I was in the composite last night and suddenly realised everyone else had left the room and Paul needed his ballot papers to be signed to come on the stage today. And I thought it was really important for our democracy for him to be heard and for him to get the platform. So I ask you, please support his composite. It's really important. Our democracy is important. I second. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Solidarity in action, I think that's called. OK, conference. So I think by my clock we have about an hour for the debate. So I'm going to start taking speakers from the floor in rounds of 3. I'm going to try and make sure we get a cross-section, and as this session does cover devolution, as I say, if you happen to be Scottish or Welsh, you might have a good chance of getting called, so if you can. So, I'm going to start over at this side of the hall. There's a lady waving her scarf there, which you're not really supposed to do, I might add, but we'll call her anyway. So there's a lady in a white top behind. Yep. And I am definitely going to call people from the bit of the back that's quite dark, because I do think you haven't really had much of a shot this conference. So I think there's a lady in a grey top there waving. Yep. No, it wasn't that delegate. It was the delegate with the white top, that one there. Not this time, sorry. I'll come back round, so don't worry. Thanks.
Conference, Heidi Alexander, Parliamentary Candidate for South Swindon. Conference, in recent years, we've heard a lot about levelling up, haven't we? But in this room, we know it's all a big Conservative con. Pretend to be on the side of ordinary people, but put your wealthy mates first and protect the interests of Tory donors. Some might think the need to level up is limited to the so-called Red Wall, but the problems stretch far and wide. Swindon is my hometown, a place with a proud history of railways, car manufacturing, more recently home to great companies like Nationwide, Zurich and Intel. But what do we have to show in Swindon for 12 years of a Tory government and 20 years of a Tory council? I will tell you, conference. Row upon row of empty shops. The Honda factory gone, along with it 5,000 good, well-paid jobs. Our iconic leisure centre, the Oasis, boarded up. A for sale sign outside our museum and art gallery. Liz Truss might talk about delivery, but the only thing the Tories have delivered in Swindon is broken promises. Swindon is crying out for investment. No amount of fighting with other councils for the scraps of Towns Fund money is going to cut it. We must level up people as well as places. We must make the case for why those with the broadest shoulders should carry the greatest tax burden. Tax cuts for those earning over £150,000 a year and lifting the cap on bankers' bonuses has gone down like a bucket of cold sick in Swindon. Try explaining the fairness in that to the nurse at the Great Western Hospital who has to use a food bank. Try explaining that to my dad, an electrician who will have earned less in his entire lifetime than some investment bankers will earn in a year. Conference, this is not the politics of envy. It is a disgrace. It's time for a change, Conference. We need a Labour government. We have to win in South Swindon to get a Labour government, and I promise you I won't rest until we've got one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ashley Dalton, Preston, CLP. Conference. I'm speaking in favour of Composite 6, social care, and I wanted to tell you Michael's story. Michael worked from the age of 15 in a manual job. He did that job until he was 80 years old. And he did that job because it gave him his sense of identity, a sense of dignity, and a sense of independence. But when Michael was 80, he had a massive stroke. It took his sight, and it took his right arm and his right leg. And he was working in a manual job right up until that stroke took him. Now, Michael, luckily, survived. And after several months in hospital, he was able to go home. But he could only go home because of the social care that was provided. Because Margaret, his wife, is 87, and she's disabled as well. Without the social care that is provided by the women, and it is predominantly women, that come into Michael's home every single day, he could not have the dignity, the independence, and the identity that he has today. And that's why it is so important that we get it right for social care workers in this country. Because they aren't doing an unskilled, unimportant job. They're not even just washing somebody or brushing their hair. What they are doing is giving people back their humanity and their dignity. And it is the most important job there is. I know how important that is to Michael. I see it every day because Michael's my dad. And so I say we have to speak out for the social care workers and stand up for them. Please support Composite 6.
Thank you, delegates. Before this delegate speaks, feel free to go up to the lectern, but before you start speaking, I'd like to call the next three so we can get people ready. So again, I'm going to go to the people who are sat in the dark because I feel quite sorry for you. There's a lady with black hair and glasses, I think, in the corner. Yeah. And I'm looking for Wales. There is... yeah, there's a person with a red pen whose face I can't see, but you have a red pen. That one, yes, behind the lady with the blue t-shirt. And I'm going to come over this side. I will come back to you guys, don't worry. So there is a gentleman with the accessibility shirt. Okay, thank you.
Conference. I'm speaking in support of Composite 8 because PR is right in principle. It delivers elected representatives who are more closely aligned to what voters need and want. And it's also right in practice because I believe it will deliver Labour-led governments more of the time, and it will be less prone to delivering right-wing extreme governments like the one we have today. But if this weren't reason enough to support it, it can also save the UK from falling apart. This Tory government in Westminster, and the fact that this is what we've had for 2/3 of the last century, is the best recruiting agent for Scottish nationalism. A PR system would put an end to this argument for independence. Conference, our winner-takes-all system is divisive and it's polarising. It allows governments with a majority, delivered though by a minority of votes, an almost unfettered ability to do what they want. The devolved parliaments, elected by PR, don't grind to a halt because they have to look for common ground. Far from it, they function, often through collaboration. But more than that, voters are engaged and more savvy about how to vote. Now, we can't just wait for the pendulum to swing our way, but in the meantime watch the legacy of previous Labour governments being comprehensively dismantled. Of course, any government elected under the existing system will only reluctantly change it when they themselves are benefiting from that self-same unfettered power. But the next Labour government should have the courage of its convictions, because this isn't about constitutional change for change's sake. It's not about shuffling the words around the page, and it's not just about making ours a modern democracy with functioning institutions. More than that, it's about giving ordinary people agency, making their votes actually count. This is a policy whose time has come. Conference, I commend Composite 8 to you and urge you to support it.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Conference. My name is Nazmin Chowdhury and I'm from Stevenage CLP. This is my first time attending Conference and my first time attending as a delegate as well. Thank you. I'll be speaking in support of Composite 7 on equalities. So Conference will note that the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, UNCRPD, was agreed in 2006 and ratified by the Labour government in 2009. However, sadly, this was never fully passed into UK law. Since 2010, the Tory governments reduced public spending, including cuts to disability benefits and social care budgets, have disproportionately and adversely affected people with disabilities. Whether it's living standards, the right to live independently, or feel included in the community, or their rights relating to work and employment, people with disabilities have always been disproportionately impacted and continue to do so. So we must reaffirm the government's commitment to fully implementing the UNCRPD. The UK should lead the way when it comes to human rights for all, and the only way forward is to have an appropriately funded welfare system based on dignity, which protects the rights of people with disabilities. Conference calls for an appropriately funded disabled benefits, housing, and education system inclusive of disabled children, protect their rights to assets and access to justice, which is funded for disabled people seeking redress and reparation for alleged violation of their rights. So, Conference, please support Composite 7. We have a chance and let's make a change. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. And the next Delegate, and just so that you're aware, there are two ladies with dark hair with glasses at the back, so I just decided to take them both.
Hello. Conference, my name is Maureen McDade and I'm a delegate from Garston and Halewood constituency. I'm speaking today in support of Composite 8. For many years, I actually opposed PR, proportional representation, and electoral reform because I believed it would let in extreme right-wing parties. Well, Conference, what do we have? Under first past the post, the most right-wing. The most right-wing Conservative government ever. Conference, too many people do not vote because they think it is not worth doing. They think the same party will win. Under PR, every vote will count. Under PR, we will return to less damaging politics and people will matter. Too many people are living under the misery inflicted by this right-wing government. If we keep first past the post, this will continue. So, Conference, I ask you today to vote for Composite 8 and let's get rid of the Tories. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. So the next delegate, if you'd like to make your way to the... Oh, sorry.
Comrade Chair, comrades, Stephen Powell is into the south of Finsbury CLP. Britain needs proportional representation. Labour needs proportional representation. We need a Labour government to fix broken Britain. Here's the problem. In my 66 years under first past the post, I've experienced only 28 years of Labour government, a ratio that will not change in the future unless we reform. As a lifelong active trade unionist, I'm proud of the two unions of which I'm a member in retirement, Unison and Unite, have voted for electoral reform. Our crisis is deep. I retired in May. I'm already looking desperately for part-time work as my income goes down and prices and my costs go through the roof. If we use the system we use in Scotland for the Scottish Parliament, for Westminster, we'd have at least 12 Scottish Labour MPs. We currently have 1. In Wales, proportional representation has given us Labour government legislating and governing for the majority. Countries as different as Uruguay and New Zealand have adopted proportional representation. Both have produced extraordinary leaders in Jose Mujica and Jacinda Ardern. In India, first past the post has led to a government with 303 seats out of 543 in the Lok Sabha, the lower house, with only less than 4 in 10 of the votes cast. Does that sound familiar? Under PR, every vote counts, not just a few. It's a matter of trust and fairness. Vote for PR. It's not an option if we're serious about lasting change. Let's offer our nation a real choice. Comrades, the battle for Britain has only just begun.
Thank you, Delegate. And before the next delegate speaks, I'll just come back round for another round of speakers. So I have a young lady there who's waving at me, khaki-coloured dress, I think. Don't know, can't really see it. There's a lady with a high-vis pink top, the back row. Sorry? No, it's not. Okay. I'll come back. So, and given that she already came up because she thought I'd called her the lady with the white top, there are too many similarities, delegates. We all need to get more diverse wardrobes, I think. And I will just take another one. So, yeah, there's a delegate just there with a red tie. Also, too many red ties, so if you're not the gentleman that's walking to the stage, I didn't call you that time. Okay, thank you, Delegate.
Joy Rose, Secretary of Innismon CLP. I've been to many women's conferences, but this is my first time speaking at a conference with men here. I'm not speaking about Wales because we're already getting it right. I'm speaking about the electoral reform and the second chamber. And a system of selecting or appointing a second chamber needs to be given more thought and clarified before passing this motion. Our elected governments are rarely thinking or planning long term, always looking to the next election. An elected second chamber would face the same problem. We want a second house unafraid of losing their seat in the struggle to limit excessive powers of all governments. The Tory press significantly influences elections. Do we want to continue their power over a second chamber? Challenges to Boris have come from all parties unafraid of losing their seats. I urge you to vote against this motion, not because I'm against reforming the second chamber, but until the process of identifying members of a revising body is addressed. Thank you, Conference.
Hello, Hajira Pirani, Harbour CLP, first-time delegate and first-time speaker. Every day at work, I hear the reality of the struggles that families are facing, not just in Harbour, but across the country. This is one of the wealthiest countries in the world, but 12 years of Tory failure has meant that we have families that are reliant on food banks. Families that have to decide whether to use their gas to cook hot food or use it to heat their homes. And in Britain today, there are families who are cooking with a candle in a desperate bid to save money. It is so dire that nearby in Leicester, there are churches and community centres that are having to transform themselves into warm banks. The government's latest budget is the greatest insult yet to hard-working families. The fact that they are placing the burden of cost on future generations and not on the energy companies that have made record levels of profits is proof that they put their mates first and families across this country last. That's the choice that they've made, and this choice will destroy countless lives. Too many times on the doorstep, I see hard-working families who are desperate for a change. I see mothers who are having to pay 80% of their wages towards childcare. Families cannot continue to bear the weight of rising inflation, stagnant wages, and unaffordable bills. Whilst the government is failing families in places like Harbour, it is Labour who is standing up for them. A Labour government is needed now more than ever. It is a Labour government that would introduce a windfall tax and make the energy giants pay, not working families. It is a Labour government that will raise living standards of families across the country. Where the Tories look after their mates first, Labour will place families first. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ruby Simpson from Sherwood CLP, first-time delegate, first-time speaker. Conference. Like many of you, I could not believe the Chancellor's mini-budget on Friday. Perhaps the enthusiasm hasn't yet trickled down. When we thought that the Tory leadership campaign has given plenty of reasons why they are not fit to govern, it would seem that Kwasi Kwarteng just keeps giving to his millionaire mates. Inflation heading to double digits, interest rates rising, and energy bills going through the roof. But the Chancellor thinks the priority is those earning more than £150,000. What planet is he living on? This is a Chancellor and Prime Minister who are gambling with our money at the expense of hard-working people. They seem to think they're in Las Vegas, not Westminster. Across the country, millions of people will be freezing, starving and desperate. Families who are forced to make the choice between heating and eating. Not one of those are affordable under this Tory government. They are trying to make out that this is a new government, but we have had 12 years of the same old Tory cronies. Austerity, bad decisions and underinvestment. That is the legacy of this government. That is why we need a Labour government and Keir Starmer as Prime Minister. A government that is going to invest in the people who make this country great. This week, we will show the public that we are on their side, that we understand what they are going through, and that we plan to grow our economy by working with our trade unions and working people. Labour's plan for growth is not about growing the bank accounts of millionaires. It's about growing our communities, investing in public service, and building our society for all. So, Conference, when you go back to your constituencies and back on the Labour doorstep, just know that you are fighting for millions of families around the country. Thank you.
Afternoon Conference. I'm Sian Stockham, speaking on behalf of Unison, the largest union in social care in the country. I'm really pleased we're having this debate today. It builds on the debate we had last year, led by my union. And I just want to tell you why I'm so keen to speak to you this afternoon. I'm a proud care worker. I'm a proud trade unionist. I'm proud to be Labour, proud of our historic trade union links. But I'm afraid, Conference, I'm luckier than most of you, because I already have a Labour government. In Wales, we know the difference a Labour government makes. Funding public services, supporting working people, paying care workers like me the real living wage, acting in partnership with working people, not in opposition. I'm delighted that Labour is committed to a national care service, a campaign led by my union, Unison. Because Labour in government, in partnership with trade unions, changes lives. In Wales, we're proud of that. Let's work together to build to the next election. Take the fight to the Tories. Let's raise wages and deliver a new deal for working people. Build on historic achievements of our party and our movement. Give hope to people when all the Tories have to offer is fear and gimmicks. Tories who clap for carers but left them high and dry. As a care worker in Wales, I feel valued, respected and rewarded for the work that I do. So come join us. Give our care workers across the whole country something to shout about. Thank you.
Just before the next delegate speaks, no, it's fine, go up to the lectern, it's fine. I'm just going to take another round so that people can get ready. So, there's a gentleman with a pink tie over this side, that's you. There is a lady with white hair and a kind of greenish khaki coloured top. Yeah, you just put two hands up, that's you. There's a lady there with a sort of blue cardigan. You've got a pen in your hand. Yeah. That one there. Thanks. If you can just make your way to the speaker's desk, please. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Conference. I'm Oban Mackie from Bridgewater and West Somerset CLP. I'm a first-time delegate and first-time speaker. And Thank you. And I'm speaking in support of Composite 8. Thank you. Conference, in 2 weeks, I will turn 18. I will be a legal adult, and most importantly to me, I will be able to cast my vote for the next Labour government, led by Keir Starmer. However, not everyone my age will feel as excited as I do. On the doorstep, I've frankly lost count of the number of times I have heard people say, there's no point in me going to vote, or I am never listened to. My heart breaks whenever I hear that. The health of a democratic system can be measured by its participation. By that metric, our democracy is in dire need. Conference, this party is the greatest vehicle for empowering the British people. Our achievements were only possible through us achieving power, not winning it for power's sake, but for the sake of empowering people. That ambition is etched into our constitution and flows in the lifeblood of our party. Contrast that ambition with that of the Tories. Polarise our society, tear down our democracy, desecrate our constitution and ruin our cherished institutions. The fulfilment of that century-old ambition demands us to commit to a democratic system based on fairness and empowerment, where our democracy belongs to everyone, not where your postcode determines your power. That is what the British people deserve, and that is what Labour must deliver, so the beacon of our democracy can shine brightly once again. This is our mission, this is our cause, this is our duty. And finally, to quote Taylor Swift's incredible song, Only the Young, they aren't going to change this, we've got to do it ourselves. Delegates, please support Composite 8. Thank you so much.
Unite the Union recognise and we agree that we need electoral reform and we must oppose first past the post. We must begin a process for exploring and agreeing the system to which replaces it. In the last few months, we've heard of families who are going to bed early to stay warm, food banks running out of food, and just a month ago, I met someone who was cooking outside on a fire because she didn't want to use her gas. So we might say, why are we debating electoral reform in a cost of living crisis? And I'll tell you why. It's because every person in this nation matters, and every single person's vote should matter. Food workers who are failing or behind on their rents, cleaners who are struggling to pay their gas, taxi drivers who are dealing with the cost of living crisis and the cost of fuel. It shouldn't matter whether they live in Cheltenham, Chiswick or Chester, whether they live in Surrey, Sunderland or Stafford. Their vote should carry equal weight. If they want a new government with better pay, public railways, a greener, fairer future, then they should be able to have an equal say and an equal vote, and First Past the Post did not deliver this, and this is why Unite the Union will support motion 8, and we encourage all of Conference to do the same. Thank you.
Quite done. Chair, Conference, Shona Thompson, Glasgow, Maryhill and Springburn, PLC, first time National Conference, first time delegate, first time speaker. Want to support Composite 6, social care. For over 20 years I've worked in care. I'm now a GMB convener in Glasgow for the Health and Social Care Partnership. Now, and I've seen many changes in this job over the years, and some of it not so good at all. But what we're welcoming in Scotland is now we're in the process of the National Care Service, which I'm glad to hear now is being supported and going to get, supported in England as well, because it is, as you know, we're a devolved nation. We've got different rules, different laws, etc. in Scotland. So excuse me, I'm a bit nervous. As I said, I mean, social care, I do get quite emotional about it because it does mean a lot. Because, I really get quite angry and I do get quite frustrated that these workers, and even before the pandemic or anything, they have been totally disrespected, totally undervalued for the work that they do, the vital service that they deliver to the vulnerable in our society. It's just a disgrace, actually, the way this present government has been treating these workers. Now, in Scotland, and quite successfully, in our pay award for the local authorities, oops, I'll just speak never mind the notes, because the glasses broke down there. Typical me. But in Scotland, we were quite successful with the pay award in the local authorities. And also for social care, we've managed to secure that all SSSC fees for the local authority carers are now going to be paid by the government. So that has been a good thing, and that's been the joint trade unions in Scotland have achieved that. And to me, and I know the sister trade unions in Scotland as well, that set a precedent for us, because it is just a local authority, but we need to push that now into the private care sector and get the fees paid for every carer in Scotland. But I'll come back to the National Care Service again.
Shona,
right, I'm a time
I'll give you a bit of leeway, because I've been in those discussions with you. But
I can see, yeah, I'll finish up then. I just want to thank everybody for every social care worker in the country, and just keep doing what you are doing. Your unions have got your back, and now the Labour Party has got your backs.
So just before the next delegate speaks, I will come back round for another round of speakers. Just so people are aware, Shona is a very powerful advocate for union members in Scottish local government. And that pay deal that was just secured after very late night negotiations with Nicola Sturgeon gave the lowest paid local government workers in Scotland a 10.5% pay uplift. So, another round of speakers. Listen, I'm going to look at the seating plan, because I'm quite conscious that I haven't called anyone from the West Midlands. West Midlands, right. There is a lady with a green jacket. Green jacket? Nope. Yep. Yep. Anyone else from the West Midlands? Very good. Excellent. Okay, that delegate just there. And given that it is the devolution debate as well, Wales? Where is Wales?
The front rows of London, and I think Wales will be the next rows back.
Okay, so I think I've got a lady just sitting at the edge. That's you. Yep. Excellent. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, Conference. My name's Darren Paffy. I'm the Deputy Leader of Southampton City Council, and I'm the parliamentary candidate for Southampton Itchen, where we will be taking it back from the Tories at the next general election. Conference, in local government, Labour and our trade union comrades have a track record of not just talking about levelling up and putting families first, but of actually doing it. Driven by our Labour values, we're making real change in the face of Tory austerity. The Tories, as you know, can't even work out what levelling up is, let alone deliver it. Let me give you an example. In Southampton, the Tories ran our council for just one disastrous year until we won it back this May. And in that year, their version of levelling up, their version of looking after people, was to promise £250,000 on the one hand to resurface a private road in an affluent area of the city, while shutting a much-loved leisure centre in one of our most deprived neighbourhoods. But Labour is back in Southampton We are scrapping Tory waste, and we open the doors of that leisure centre again because we stand for decent services where our communities need them the most. And now we need Labour back, not just in our town halls, but in the halls of Westminster too. Because until we do, places like my home and yours will not get a fair share. This government's giving twice as much per head to the least deprived area of Hampshire as it is to Southampton. And my constituency has some of the most deprived streets in the country. It's clear that under Truss, levelling up is stone dead. So when we go from here, let's be bold in sharing the vision that Keir and the Shadow Cabinet are setting out for how things will only get better under a Labour government, because only Labour will truly create that future where our people and our families come first. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Conference. Jennifer Hemingway, delegate from Worley CLP. I was chatting with a good friend of mine from East Midlands when I told her what I intended to do. She said, "Oop, bit controversial." I am here to speak in opposition to Composite 8. PR is deceptive. I will freely admit I used to be a supporter. And it is deceptive because, despite the best of principles and despite appearances, it is actually not as democratic in practice. It is a gift to smaller parties, some of them little more than one-issue pressure groups. The majority of the popular vote does not lead directly to greater representation. It leads to coalitions, as we all know. Instead of voters making their choice for a fairer, greener Labour manifesto, the decisions are made by a few men, and let's be honest, it's usually men, behind closed doors. When the Lib Dems went into the last disastrous coalition, what was their one flagship priority? Tuition fees. And where did that end up? In the bin. What would Labour be forced to sacrifice on the altar of coalition compromise? The wider left is quite divided. Labour is a broad church, and that's a good thing. And there are others outside of our church that are outside for a reason. Our vote could easily splinter in multiple directions. The Tories' vote would go two ways, the far right and the centre right. Just weeks ago in Sweden, the Social Democrats, who are the biggest party, increased their vote share but were still thrown out of government, only to be replaced by one led by the centre-right, but in hock to and totally reliant on a far-right party. And just last night, Italy is looking at a future with a neo-fascist PM. The centre-left increased their vote share, but they were still thrown out by a combination of the centre-right and the far-right. But perhaps most importantly, our voters are not asking for this. We need to engage with people. Voters do feel marginalized and detached from Westminster, from the way our country is governed, and from the people who govern it. Okay. Bluntly, I have had more conversations on the doorstep about colostomy bags than about electoral reform. A new system being imposed so soon after the British public rejected a change in a referendum will only make that worse, and we need their trust. I urge you to vote down this motion, and let's get back to building a Labour manifesto that gets votes and gets Keir into number 10 as the head of the next Labour and only Labour government.
Good afternoon. George Towell, Warwick and Leamington, CLP, first-time speaker. Comrades, our whole system and country is broken, and only we as a Labour movement can change that. I'm here to fully endorse Composite 10. It is necessary that we abolish the House of Lords after we win the next election, because we are democratic socialists and there is nothing democratic about the Lords. Conference, I'm honoured to be here as an elected delegate, as the elected youth officer of my CLP, with 2 elected councillors as my fellow delegates, and I'm looking forward to seeing my elected MP later. Elections are important. We are elected to be here making decisions, and that is key to who we are. Nobody should be able to make political decisions or have political discussions just because they headed up a bank or a charity. Sure, these people have their place, but Conference, it's not in the Houses of Parliament. The proposer from Glasgow Annie's Land was right when they pointed out the stupidity that hereditary laws still exist. The fact they do is an anti-democratic stain on our society. The shameful Tories and their unaffiliated mates control most of the Lords, and that will prevent us from getting everything we need to do properly, even when we get into government. And don't even get me started that there are still Lords spiritual. And on another note, the new upper chamber should be elected through proportional representation, just like the Commons should be as well. The House of Lords is an injustice. So to quote Che Guevara, if you tremble with indignation at every injustice, then you're a comrade of mine. So I ask you, comrades, to please support Composite 10, and let's get Keir Starmer and Angela Rayner into power, into a more democratic Westminster. Conference.
Okay, before the next delegate speaks, I'll come round for another round of speakers. So I've got a lady waving a white leaflet there. And yeah, southeast. Anyone from the southeast? I'm trying to get you all in, don't worry. So there's somebody right at the back. I'm going to come over that way. Give me a chance. Somebody's holding a phone. 2 hands. That person. Yeah. So where's Yorkshire then? Okay. Okay, so there is somebody holding the Composite booklets up, and I'm going to take another delegate just here in a linen suit, I think. That one. Yeah, excellent. Thank you. If you've got a point of order, if you could go to the Speaker's desk, please.
Is it okay? Good afternoon, Conference. My name is Myla Arseno, and this is my first time to attend the conference. I am a first. I came here not actually to speak. I was not prepared, but I would really like to present myself. I am the first Filipino to be elected as a Labour councillor in the UK. Of that. And I am proud of that. The reason why, because we have the equalities and we have the opportunities. For me, I have the opportunity to be working with the Labour Council in Stevenage. I was given all the support, and also at the same time, it was the Labour government who actually gave us the way and the opportunity to come here from the Philippines. So I am really loyal, and I'm very proud that I am here standing in front of you. I am also a National Health Service staff. I am a physiotherapist by profession. And I also like to say that I am a member of the union, the Chartered Society of Physiotherapy. So I'm so proud of that. The reason why I'm here, I am in support of our composite number 7. I know my fellow councillor Nas was here earlier, so I urge you, Conference, to please support the equalities, the composite 7, and at the same time, the composite 6. I work in NHS, and I know that the pressure that we have in the hospital because of the shortfall of the social care that we have. So I urge you, Conference, to please support 6 and 7.
out of time. Thank you, delegates.
Conference. I'm Rachel Blake and I'm standing to be Labour's first MP for Cities of London and Westminster. We've heard here today Labour's bold plans for a fairer and greener future, a future with a stable economy and where we are investing in jobs and homes for the future. When I'm speaking to residents in Paddington and Pimlico, the West End, on the Golden Lane estate and the city, they tell me how worried they are about rising costs and how shocked they are by rising homelessness across our capital. Every day, at tube stations and on our local high streets, vulnerable people are sleeping rough. And it doesn't have to be this way. This is a political choice. Labour in government nearly ended the modern scandal of homelessness. Conference, the cities of London and Westminster, at the heart of our capital, are home to diverse and vibrant communities, home to creators of wealth across the financial, creative and retail industries, but home to communities who have been let down by Tory rule and the Homes for Vote scandal, who have been let down by a Conservative representative who props up this failing government, and home to the modern scandal of rising homelessness, rough sleeping and temporary accommodation. Let's be clear, no one voted for families to be trapped in damp and temporary homes. No one voted for people to live on the streets, but this is what Conservative governments have done. The residents of cities of London and Westminster tell me they want a fairer and greener future, and that's why they voted in the first Labour administration in Westminster City Council, and it's great to see so many of you here in the conference hall today, and the highest number of Labour councillors ever in the city. And that is why Westminster City Council is already taking action to support the most vulnerable and tackle the scourge of dirty money in property. With a Labour government, we can do so much more. National sovereign wealth funds, rights for renters and leaseholders, ending homelessness. The path to a Labour government starts and ends in the cities of London and Westminster. So, Conference, with your help, we can have a Labour MP in cities of London and Westminster, with your help on the doorsteps and supporting our bold plans for a fairer and greener future. Together we can win for Labour and return our first ever Labour MP for cities of London and Westminster. Together we can win. Thank you.
Colleagues, Andy Newman from the GMB Union opposing Composite 8. The issue of proportional representation has been debated twice in recent years at the GMB Congress, a democratic body of our members where we've judged that policy whether it's in the interests of working people. And we've decided that it isn't. The Labour Party was founded by the trade unions to represent the interests of working class people in Parliament. And there is an element of despair in thinking that we can't get working class people to vote for us and that we need to abandon that project to a majority Labour government and instead have shoddy deals with other parties. Clem Attlee won a majority government. Wilson won a majority government. Tony Blair won a majority government, and they did that by standing on a strong Labour manifesto, reaching out to working people and inspiring them to vote Labour. They inspired people to vote Labour in all the nations of Great Britain, not just in the big cities, but in the small towns, the rural towns, the coastal towns, and people voted. Every Labour vote counts. We don't get a Labour MP in every constituency, but we look at the overall vote, the democracy, the millions of people that vote Labour. And I tell you what happens. If we don't have a majority Labour government, we have to water down what we get. Do you think the National Health Service would not have been watered down if we'd had an alliance with the Liberals? Do you think the Race Relations Act, the Health and Safety at Work Act, all the fantastic things brought in by Attlee, Wilson and Blair would have been achieved if we'd had to do horse trading with the Lib Dems? And I tell you, comrades, what we see, the strength of this party, is that the trade unions are here in the room with you. And I fear that if it was a deal being stitched up by parliamentary leaders with the leaders of the Greens and the leaders of the Lib Dems, whose interests will be sold out? What will Labour give away in order to have a coalition government with Ed Davey? Workers' rights. We will be the ones that are sold out. The Lib Dems don't want workers' rights. They're Tories in jumpers. Let us forget the whole nonsense of a progressive alliance. There's already a progressive alliance. It's called the Labour Party. People talk about a coalition government. Yes, a coalition government is what a Labour government is called, because it's a coalition of people of different interests, different views, different classes, but all elected on the Labour ticket wearing a red rosette. That's what we want. Let's not despair. Let's go out with our fantastic leadership, with our manifesto, go into the working class communities and persuade them to vote Labour.
Next delegate.
Conference. My name is Harry Mackenzie from Canterbury CLP. Second time conference, first time speaker. Conference. The Tories are destroying our country like they have never done before. With no mandate whatsoever, they are bringing back fracking. They are pushing people into poverty and benefiting the billionaires. Labour has to win. If we don't, they are going to get away with it. And to win, we have to be united. And if you want an example of Labour being united, look no further than the Labour for a New Democracy coalition, which has brought together the left and the right of our party in common cause for democracy. And why have these people from different views and different positions in our party come together? Because we, as democratic socialists, believe not just in spreading out wealth, we believe in spreading out power. And that is exactly what PR will do. By reforming our electoral system, we can take power out of the hands of a minority Tory government and spread it out between the people. Power for the many, not just the few. That is what I say, that is why I back PR, and that is why I implore you to do so as well. Solidarity.
I'm Emily Wilson from Sheffield Central CLP. I want to speak about, thanks guys, I want to speak about Composite 6. I wanted to tell you the story of a little boy that I provided respite foster care for. I'll call him M. So M spent 7 years in an abusive and traumatic situation, and that was 7 years longer than he should have done. In the time that I was involved in his care, he had 3 different foster placements, and that was over a 6-month period. Whilst he was with us, he used to have flashbacks to previous abuse every time my own daughter cried. But we were told that he wasn't eligible for therapy because he wasn't in a permanent placement. M told me that he didn't believe that anyone cared about him. I believe that how we treat these most vulnerable children in our society is our true measure. And so I urge you to support Composite 6, and I urge the whole party to do more to show children like M that we do care. Thank you.
Just before this delegate speaks, I'll come back and take another round of speakers. So I don't think we've had anyone from the north. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, you're all pointing to somebody. that delegate that's kind of jumping up and down there, yeah. Yes, they're all pointing to you. Yes. And Wales. Wales. Okay, the lady with the pink cardigan. And, and there's a gentleman there with a red top, glasses. Yeah. We might be able to squeeze in another round after this, so be patient.
Good afternoon, conference. My name is Matthew Killier. I'm a first-time delegate from Sheffield Hallam. Thank you. I want to talk on Composite Motion 8 on electoral reform. Now, like many of you in this room, I spend a lot of time out on the doorstep, reaching out and talking to people in our communities. Time and time again, they say to me, "We didn't vote for this." They're talking about the cost of living crisis, crumbling public services, their wages going down, being worried about their children going hungry. Things that we all know about. But remember those words, "We didn't vote for this." The truth is, all of these issues are consequences of a catastrophic failure of our political system. And first past the post is at the heart of it, at the heart of this crisis. It keeps giving us a Tory government that the majority of the electorate didn't vote for. Now, conference, there is no doubt that we are heading back into a Labour government. We are. We can't be complacent, though. We need to think long-term. It's nice to think about our victories, but we need to also plan for the worst. And we can't ever again allow our country to get back into a situation like this. Therefore, we must be bold. This is not an either-or. We can have all the fantastic policies that are being presented at this conference. Just this morning, policies on transport by Louise Haigh, on climate by Ed Miliband, on the economy by Rachel Reeves. But we need to add alongside that electoral reform. We need a commitment to proportional representation in our manifesto, and we need to bring it in our first term of office. Thank you.
Thanks.
Conference. Dr. Adam Thompson, delegate and parliamentary candidate for Erewash. Conference, I need not remind you that we've now lived under 12 years of Conservative government. That's 12 years of wage stagnation, 12 years of growing inequality, and 12 years of our key workers being let down. Conference, I want to talk to you today about those key workers, about the mums who drop their kids off at school after a night shift at the care home. Care homes like Lady Cross House in Sandyacre that the Tories on Derbyshire County Council are closing. I want to talk to you about the posties like my mate Nick, who walk marathons across our towns like Ilkeston and Long Eaton in Erewash each and every day to deliver for us. I want to talk to you about the shop workers like my neighbour Dave, who keep our cupboards stocked. Key workers who keep us safe, fed and healthy. And yet these heroes are struggling to do for their families, for their children, what they do for us. Heating or eating? Conference, it has come to this. We know the answer, Conference. The Tories think it's the bankers and millionaires who are the most important people in our society. The Tories think that they take priority. It's them who are getting massive handouts, and it's us who foot the bill. Conference, we cannot go on like this. The last Labour government gave us the minimum wage, workers' rights, human rights, dignity and respect. Their replacement has given us food banks and poverty. Conference, we need to do what we have done before. We need fair pay. We need better working conditions. We need a Labour government. Conference, please support our key workers. Please support Composite 7. Thank you.
Thank you.
Adjustment the short arse, love it. Hello, Conference. My name's Dot Foster. I'm a local councillor from Halifax in West Yorkshire. Woohoo! Shout from the West Yorkshire band, thank you. I want to speak in support of Composite 6 for social care. My daughter worked in social care, in the care sector. She works 12-hour shifts. They are persistently understaffed. She is often called in to work on her days off, all for less than £10 an hour. The lack of staff means residents only get the most basic of care. None of the enrichment that should have been taking place. No time to sit and chat to Mr. Jones or Mrs. Smith over a cuppa. The basics: wash, dress, toileting, meals, repeat. That's it. There aren't enough staff to do anything else. And there's no time to do anything else. My daughter doesn't drive, so she's reliant on an unreliable, inconvenient and infrequent public transport system. Late buses mean people being late for work, which impacts on their colleagues. And the 8 a.m. Sunday shift means a taxi to work. No buses at all. That's the first 2 hours of her pay gone. Care work is vital. Without social care, the NHS grinds to a halt. People remain stuck in their homes without the level of support they need, and carers, often women, are struggling to provide for their relatives without the support they need too. Care workers are leaving in droves. And no wonder. Why would you work a 12-hour, back-breaking shift when you can earn more money working in a supermarket? Over 100,000 vacancies in the care sector. That in itself is indicative of a major problem. Social care needs a complete overhaul, and care workers need paying to reflect their skill and their expertise. I urge you to support Composite 6. Thank you.
Conference, Kate Duerden, Montgomeryshire Constituency Labour Party, part of our lovely Welsh Labour delegation. So our leader, Mark Drakeford, talked about the move to PR in Wales, and I wanted to come to the platform to address some of the criticisms that have been made of PR. What he didn't say is that our electoral system at the moment elects 40 members of the Senate on first past the post, and it's 20 on PR. What we agreed in July was to move to a system where 100% of the members of the Senate will be elected by PR in 2026. Now, we didn't do that easily. We didn't do that without discussion, and we didn't do that without seriously thinking about all the minutiae of this in every CLP, because I can't believe any of them are different to mine. We worried about how we explain the DeHont system to people on the doorstep. And if you need to fall asleep one night, go look on Wikipedia about the DeHont system. You'll be out like a light. We worried about how we explain the links to representatives. We worried about a lot of the things that particularly the GMB have raised. But do you know, at the end of the day, the only thing we ever have to say to people on the doorstep is, for the first time in your life, your vote will count. Whatever your vote is, your vote will count. We've had criticisms that a lot of minority parties will be elected. We've had some of that in Wales. But at the moment, the only minority party who barely got elected were the Liberal Democrats. Support Composite 8.
Okay, before this delegate speaks, I'm going to take the last round in this section. So there's somebody with a red shirt, white hair. There is somebody with a floral tie. Southeast, beside someone with a red and green hat, I think. And there's a lady in a cream jacket right there. Sorry, I'm trying to squeeze as many in as possible, but okay, thank you.
Yep, brilliant. Hello, conference. My name is Gabriel Leroy, and I'm from the beautiful city of Southend-on-Sea. Thank you. I'm here to speak against Composite 8, although I do support the other two electoral reforms. I understand people feel disillusioned by first past the post, but I don't think the answer is proportional representation. I think the answer is a majority Labour government. Looking around the world, there are countless times that PR has allowed for the rise of extremists, and we must not threaten our democracy by allowing this fringe politics. I would say just have a look at the national government in Scotland or the new far-right government in Italy. The threat is real, and I don't want any part of that. I'm pro the Labour Party. I'm not just anti-Tory. And let's make no mistake, PR would force us to ally with the Lib Dems or the SNP, and fundamentally means we will never have a majority again. How are we going to deliver a radical Labour government if we are shackled to coalition politics? In my hometown, which is true blue, we've managed to deliver a Labour-led council for the first time in history. We didn't need PR. All we needed was a strong movement focused on winning. And that's what we're going to do across the whole country at the next general election. Conference, I urge you to reject this motion and just fight for a radical majority Labour government so we can get that fairer green future we so desperately need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Conference, Anu Prasha, proud to be from the country's largest trade union, representing over 1 million women, Unison, and supporting Composite 7. Conference, it's a scandal that over 50 years since the Equal Pay Act was passed, unequal pay is still as much of a problem as it ever was for some women in jobs. Women paid less than men for doing like work is a problem. But there's also a bigger issue, a systemic issue. COVID left millions of women workers, mainly those on low pay, worse off than before the pandemic. Women were forced to reduce their hours, and some had to give up their job, although to combine their work with care responsibilities at home. It's no wonder that the overall gender pay gap increased in 2021. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Low-paid women, who are also black and or disabled, faced even more disadvantage. The issues are intersectional. The gender pay gap means economic hardship now. 42% low-paid women can't make ends meet and are behind on their household bills, a growing disaster. It also means almost certain pension poverty in the future. The fact is that women's so-called work is undervalued. Until society values cleaning, caring, catering, doing sleepings to care for other people's elderly or disabled relatives, doing extra unpaid hours to cover an emergency, doing split shifts and working unsocial hours, we will continue to have unequal and unfair pay. That's why we need a collective strength of our trade unions walking side by side with the Labour Party to fight to end this injustice. Please support Composite 7. Thank you.
Hello, Conference. I'm Olivia. I'm a first-time delegate for North East Somerset. I want to speak in favour of Composite 7 and suggest that, in order to support equality and give dignity back to our most vulnerable, we should include in this a pledge to boost benefits like universal credit and personal independence payments. Conference. We're all aware of the Tory austerity programme and the subsequent changes made to benefits. Austerity policy disproportionately disadvantaged disabled people in particular and our poorest. An investigation in 2021 estimated that 82 benefit claimants died after DWP decisions, such as the termination of their benefits. We must remember the people who have been unnecessarily harmed by this policy. For instance, the man who died with nothing in his stomach when his benefits were stopped, or the woman who was found collapsed next to her DWP letter rejecting her request for an at-home benefits assessment, and another man with mental health problems who died weighing only 4.5 stone. They justified all this by telling us austerity would mean we would be secure economically for the future, but this was a blatant lie. Now, the current face of the Conservative Party, their continuity leader candidate, simply to save her own skin, is now borrowing an enormous sum of money. This is on top of the fact that they were forced into a left-wing style economic policy during COVID, talking about the £70 billion furlough scheme, which also involved borrowing. At the time, I thought it was, amusing that the hard right of the Tory party, Johnson and Sunak, had to enact leftist policies to the extent their own party ridiculously requiring socialism. But Truss doesn't even know how much she's going to need to borrow and spend. Some estimates put it in the region of £400 billion over the next few years. So what was the point in austerity and the loss of life? Why did people have to die, hungry and cold, in a nasty prioritisation of balancing the books, just to unbalance them later? Conference, I believe we should be pledging to right these wrongs and do what Labour does best, protect those who need protecting by boosting the benefits package and making it easier for disabled people to claim their benefits. Not only will this return dignity to those the Conservatives deem unworthy of having a realistic amount of money to live on, increasing these benefits will boost the economy far more than boosting bankers' bonuses. To right these wrongs, please vote to support Composite 7. Thank you.
Hello, Conference. My name is Leslie Allen Pum, and I'm a first-time delegate representing Hove and Port Slade CLP. Thanks. I'm speaking in support of Composite 8. Conference, thank you. A few people over there, thank you. FPTP is outdated and has become a real threat to our union. We are the only country, apart from Belarus, in Europe, that actually uses FPTP. And, I wouldn't say that Belarus is exactly a role model, apart from, being wrapped around Putin's finger. I think it's high time for a real change and to implement a system that creates a House of Commons that represents the diversity of Britain, genuinely. That's why I support Composite 8. Conference, I believe Labour is the only party capable of listening to and consulting voters and paving the way for such significant change in a widely accepted and democratic way. If PR becomes our policy, as I hope it will, the public will expect us to set a clear timetable and have a clear idea of what a new system will look like. Proportional representation is a real opportunity, a game changer, and ends a system that is unfit for the 21st century. I urge you to support Composite 8. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Conference, and apologies if you didn't get to speak in that debate, but there are more to come, so hopefully you get another chance. So, to close the debate, we have our Shadow Levelling Up Secretary, and my friend, Lisa Namding.
Conference. Comrades,
Friends, we meet today in one of the country's historic northern cities, where at the water's edge so much of modern Britain was shaped. Dockers who looked outwards to the world, to build Britain's wealth through difficult, often dangerous work, and fought the longest battle for dignity, respect and fair reward in the history of Britain. These were the struggles that formed the backdrop to my childhood. I grew up not far from here with a Tory government that waged war on its own people. Brought up by my mum when the Tories were attacking single mums, with an Indian dad when they said Britain was being swamped by immigrants. They came for us, they came for our jobs, and they came for our community. But we stood together, we fought together, and we won together. But now they're at it again. So when your boss earns £3.5 million and gives himself a 32% pay rise, and you ask for a below-inflation rise, you're the one to blame for inflation. And when you keep our country moving during a pandemic, and then they cut your pay, threaten your job, and refuse to get round the table to discuss it, you're the one who's supposed to be militant. Conference, this country's problem isn't militant workers, it's a militant government. And this is Tory Britain, where the foundations of a decent, secure life have been slowly eroded, leaving us with an economy we work hard for but doesn't work for us, where the contribution of most people and most places has been written off. So in towns across the country, too many young people have to get out to get on, taking with them the spending power that once sustained our high streets and our banks and our buses and our post offices. People are left to grow old hundreds of miles from children and grandchildren, and our cities are plagued by soaring housing costs, air pollution and strain on public services. Now Liz Truss says her government will grow our economy by turning the north into Singapore-on-Sea, so they can stash their wealth in our towns and cities, pushing up the cost of housing and dodging tax, slashing taxes for big corporations so the rest of us can grind for a living in an Amazon warehouse, handing £55,000 to millionaires while people can't afford to pay their rent, feed their kids and heat their homes. More money for millionaires than the whole of the north of England. Well, I agree with Liz Truss about one thing. That is a disgrace. Conference. It's time to stand up and fight again. Not just to see off the Tories, but to build the country I've believed in all of my life, where everyone can contribute and everyone has a stake in our future. It will be about the real wealth creators, the women and men who clean our homes, work in our shops, drive our buses and deliver our mail, who produce our food, who care for our families, who teach our children, who make sure we have what we need to live every single day of our lives. To those people we say, you are the foundation of our economy. Because we believe that when people have a stake in the outcome, they work harder, they try longer, they think more creatively, and they do more. The people of our country are our great untapped asset. And Labour will tilt the balance of power back in their favour. In our first 100 days in office, we will end fire and rehire, we'll repeal the Anti-Trade Union Act, and we'll raise wages for the lowest paid. We will usher in a great rebalancing of power with wealth, security and opportunity spread across our whole country. Because they say that you can power a modern economy using only a handful of people in a handful of places in one small corner of the country. We say that's like trying to fly a jet on one engine. This country doesn't belong to a few of them. It belongs to all of us. So we'll invest to bring clean energy jobs to the industrial and coastal towns across Britain, so that young people in places that were once the engines of British industry can power us through the next century like their parents and grandparents powered us through the last. The road to net zero is paved with 1 million good climate jobs, and we'll invest to bring them to Britain. And we'll empower our brilliant leaders, Steve, Tracy, Andy, Marvin, Sean, and all of our leaders across local government with new powers, not for a few, but for all, to drive growth in every part of Britain. We'll hand power back to our people with a community right to buy land and assets, the football clubs, the historic buildings and the pubs that make a place a home, so that those with skin in the game, those who are in it for the long haul, will feel the whole system pulling in behind them. That, Liz Truss, is how you grow the economy. But if I've learned anything in the last 12 years of Tory rule, it's that progress is not inevitable. If you want to live in a country where children don't have to go to school too hungry to learn, if you want to live in a country where people with disabilities can live the richer, larger lives they deserve, if you want to live in a country where people don't have to fear growing old without dignity and warmth, if you want that country, you have to go out and fight for it every single day. So I'm asking you to get ready, because together, with every person, in every place, we're going to rebuild this country from the ground up. And I can say to you today that in government, I will make it my priority to tackle the housing crisis, because nothing is more important than a home. The Tories have turned housing into a racket, incentivising speculation and profiteering while millions languish on waiting lists in cold, damp homes. So we'll mend the deliberate vandalism of our social housing stock, because the idea of a home for life handed on in common ownership to future generations is an idea worth fighting for. Council housing is not a dirty word. So today, I can announce that we will be the first government in a generation to restore social housing to the second largest form of tenure, and this will be our mantra: council housing, council housing, council housing. We're going to rebuild our social housing stock, and we're going to bring homes back into the ownership of local councils and communities, with home ownership opened up to millions more. And for private renters, we will tilt the balance of power back to you through a powerful new renters' charter and a decent home standard written into law. Because security in your own home, the right to make your home your own, and most of all, the right to live in a home fit for human habitation is non-negotiable, because housing isn't a market, it is a fundamental human right. It's tempting, at a time of national crisis, to retreat and to play it safe. That's not who we are. It was with ambition, courage and conviction in the darkest times that out of the devastation of war, we built more council houses than any government in history. We built the NHS the Race Relations Act, the Equal Pay Act and the minimum wage. We rebuilt our great northern cities from the ashes of Thatcherism. Conference, we led global action on climate change, and we flew the pride flag above British embassies in countries where love is a crime. A light on the hill, at home and overseas, and we are going to finish the job. Because we know, we are the only party that knows that by the strength of our common endeavour, we achieve more than we achieve alone. So, Conference, let's rise to meet this crisis in a great national mission to rebuild our country. We have done it before. We're going to do it again. And we will do it the only way that counts, together.
Gosh, Conference, we've got some talent in the shadow cabinet, haven't we? Think what they could do in government. So, we're now moving on to the Scotland report. And for those of you who were here on Sunday and heard Shabana's excellent speech about how we win, she talked about the difficult conversations that we have to have if we are to convince people to come back to the Labour Party. Well, in Scotland, we've had our fair share of difficult conversations, it must be said, because we suffer at the hands of two divisive governments, one in Westminster and one in Holyrood. But there is no route to a Westminster Labour government that doesn't run through Scotland. So the progress that we are now seeing in Scotland under Anas and Jackie's leadership should not be underestimated. Hope has returned to the Scottish Labour Party, and I'm really pleased to be able to welcome to the stage now the one and only Ian Murray.
Joanna, thank you very much indeed, and I'm delighted to be introduced as the only rather than the last, which sometimes happens, which is obviously something slightly different. It's a great pleasure to speak to you today here in Liverpool. Everyone says how great Liverpool is, but coming from a Scot, you know that I really mean it, because the connection between this incredible city and my country runs so incredibly deep. Shared values, the same weather, and the feeling that a meal isn't a meal without something that hasn't been deep-fried. Even just walking around Liverpool, you can be mistaken for thinking you're in Glasgow. And for a guy born and bred in Edinburgh, I think that might just about be a compliment. Of course, the footballing success of this city has been in partnership with some fantastic Scots. None more so than Bill Shankly, born in Ayrshire but made in Liverpool. Kenny Dalglish and Alan Hansen, legends of the game, even the current Scottish national team captain. And despite what Ali McGovern MP might say, there is another team in this city, especially with the Scottish international connections of the past, like Alec Young and, of course, the present Nathan Patterson. But there's something else both Scotland and Liverpool have in common, and that is the desire to kick out this corrupt and out-of-touch Tory government. You would have heard our Shadow Chancellor Rachel Reeves in her wonderful speech earlier this afternoon when she spoke about the Tories' disastrous record in government. Her big announcement that Labour would fund the Acorn carbon capture and storage project in Scotland is absolutely transformative. There are few better demonstrations of a just transition with 20,000 high-quality jobs at its heart than supporting this new technology. It is something the Tories have relegated to a reserve list. And at the last Scottish Labour Party conference, I called on the SNP government to use their own Just Transitions Fund
to support this cluster, but all we got from them was warm words and no action. Instead, the SNP continue to be more interested in stoking grievance than storing carbon. Conference, I want to touch on just one of the many ways in which the Tories are failing our country, and that is by failing to protect its very existence. Because the biggest threat to the Union today is really not the SNP, it's this Tory government. And what was Liz Truss's first priority? Cutting bankers' bonuses and huge tax cuts for the richest. Her administration is the most unfair, unjust and divisive government in our lifetime. When she was elected, Liz Truss tweeted, or maybe mistweeted, that she would hit the ground. Promise delivered. They give money to those that don't need it and nothing to those that do, paid for by those who can't afford it rather than those who can. So it's little wonder that many Scots see Westminster as beyond repair. And make no mistake, the SNP thrive off such disdain. They don't want to make devolution work. They don't want a Labour government. So, Conference, let me be very, very clear. The SNP are not our friends. They exist. They exist for one reason and one reason only, to rip Scotland out of the United Kingdom. And please don't forget, at the last election, Nicola Sturgeon herself encouraged people in England to vote Green, not Labour. So let me reiterate Keir's message. No deals with the SNP. None. No. Nay. Never. The only deal we want to make is directly with the Scottish people. Our party was founded by a Scot. Scotland has been integral to our movement. That will never change. Of course, we can't resolve the imbalances in our country overnight. There's a lot of work to do. But it will be the work that will be at the heart of the next Labour government. And that's why Keir asked Gordon Brown to oversee a commission into the UK's future. The Commission is tasked with clearing up and cleaning out the centre so that the United Kingdom works for every part of it. You heard that from Lisa just a few moments ago. It would be a plan for reinvigorating economic devolution, where we unleash the talents and contributions of all parts of the country. Growth for everyone, everywhere, wherever you are. And part of its purpose will not just be to try to convince Scotland to stay, as much as we should, but to make Britain such a good place to be that everyone in all corners of our country will want to be part of it. I'm pleased to announce that Gordon Brown's critical work is nearing completion and will be launched in the coming months. And Conference, let's thank Gordon Brown in his own words. Gordon, thanks for all you do. So let's send a clear message from this Labour Party to Scottish voters. If you want rid of this Tory government, then help us do it. If you want a UK government that works for Scotland, then help us elect one. If you want away from the binary choice of separation versus the broken status quo, then help us deliver it. And over the last 18 months, the change that has taken place in Scottish Labour is utterly remarkable and unprecedented. In the Scottish parliamentary election, we overshot expectations and managed to prevent an SNP majority. This May, at the council elections, we beat the Tories and got back into second place. And I believe, at the general election, Scotland will help elect a Labour government, as we have done so with every Labour government since Attlee in 1945. At least then, I might have some friends down on the train. Depends who they are. Conference. The person that has made that happen deserves every ounce of the praise that he receives constantly. He's our most popular politician in Scotland and is exposing the utterly deplorable record of Nicola Sturgeon's government every single day. And it's always my great pleasure to introduce my friend and the leader of the Scottish Labour Party, Anas Sarwar.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Conference, can I start by thanking my friend, and not our shadow, but our next Secretary of State for Scotland, Ian Murray. Ian, I can make you a promise that at the next general election, we will get you more colleagues. I just can't guarantee we'll get you more friends. And Conference, I want to also take this opportunity to pay tribute to and thank a person that I honestly couldn't do this job without, our formidable Deputy Leader, Jackie Baillie. Let's hear it for Jackie Baillie. Some would say she's the real boss. When I spoke to you just over a year ago, Scottish Labour was a distant third place. And what progress we have made in a year. At the council elections in May, we knocked the Tories out of second place. And just like successes we had across the country, we now have Labour administrations in our capital city, Edinburgh, in East Lothian, East Renfrewshire, Fife, Inverclyde, North Lanarkshire, South Lanarkshire, Stirling, West Lothian and majority Labour-controlled West Dunbartonshire. And in Glasgow, we gave Nicola Sturgeon and the SNP one hell of a fright, less than 200 votes from winning. But let me be clear. The Scottish Labour Party I lead doesn't aspire for second place. We aspire for first place. And we're back in the fight, and we're in it to win it. Conference, last year we met in the aftermath of one national emergency, a pandemic that exposed the fault lines and failures in our country after more than a decade of Tory austerity. But it also revealed the strength and charity of our communities who pulled together to help their neighbours in a time of need. Again, and far too soon, those ties that bind us together have been called on once again. This cost of living crisis is a national emergency that needs a pandemic-scale response. And as I've travelled around the country, I've heard and listened to those stories. I've met the father, worried about how he's going to keep his home warm for his newborn. He's not alone. The mother, who skips meals to ensure her children don't go to school hungry, she's not alone. The family digging up their garden to plant vegetables because they can't afford the weekly shop, they aren't alone. The business owner, hit with eye-watering bills, which means they aren't sure they can stay open this winter, they aren't alone. This isn't a minority issue, it's a majority issue. Even people who would normally see themselves as comfortable are struggling to make ends meet. All the while, oil and gas companies are raking in billions of pounds in profit, and the Tories slash taxes for those who need it least. Because while Scots are struggling, neither of Scotland's governments are doing anywhere near enough to help. That is why across the UK, we demanded an energy price freeze and a meaningful windfall tax. And in Scotland, we called for an emergency cost of living act, which would freeze rents, ban winter evictions, cancel school meal debt, slash the price of public transport, and finally put all of public transport back into public hands. But given the choice, both governments preferred the comfort of the soundbite to the difficulties of solving the problem. So don't believe the Tory spin. There is no frozen energy bills. Bills will still go up, and families will pay double what they did just 9 months ago. And at the same time, they're letting the big energy companies off scot-free and cutting taxes for the wealthiest. Now, for the last year, Labour have set the agenda on the cost of living crisis, while the SNP and the Tories tried to ignore it altogether, until it became clear they couldn't. Labour called for energy price rises to be cancelled. Our opponents called for business as usual until they couldn't. Labour called for a windfall tax on the oil and gas giants. The SNP sided with the Tories and refused to vote for it until they backtracked. And when Scottish Labour called for a rent freeze the SNP and the Greens called it unworkable until they gave in and introduced it. Conference, if this is what we can achieve from opposition, just imagine what Labour can do in government. For the last 12 years, we've had a Tory government which has actively sought to pit community against community. They wasted billions of pounds of taxpayer cash on dodgy contracts, vanity projects and giveaways to party donors. They've cut stamp duty for second homeowners and made super tax deductions for the biggest companies. They accept poverty and misery as the price worth paying for a society that redistributes wealth, but from the poorest to the wealthiest. We were right to cheer the removal of Boris Johnson because he shamed the office of Prime Minister. But let's be clear, Liz Truss is worse than Boris Johnson. Boris Johnson didn't believe in anything apart from himself. Liz Truss is a right-wing ideological Tory, and Liz Truss is more dangerous than Margaret Thatcher. Let's be clear. This is a corrupt, lying, incompetent, failing, cheating, economically illiterate, morally bankrupt shower, and the sooner we boot them out of Downing Street, the better. And the truth, and the other truth, is that far from being the great defenders of the United Kingdom, the Tories are a gift to those who want to break us apart. In Scotland, the Tories' failings have allowed the SNP to double down on their campaign of division rather than face up to their own record of failure in Scotland. More than 700,000 Scots on an NHS waiting list. That is 1 in 7 waiting for appointments and treatment. More than 10,000 children and young people waiting for a mental health appointment. 20,000 fewer businesses in Scotland today than when the pandemic began. The highest drug death rate in Europe, and our NHS on its knees despite the incredible efforts of the workforce. After 15 years in power, the SNP have squandered every chance, broken promise after promise, and left Scotland worse off than when they came to power in the first place. Instead, always someone else to blame or something else to blame. Conference, you know what I know. There is nothing progressive about Scottish nationalism. Independence goes against the values of solidarity and social justice. It's an ideology based on what divides us, not what unites us. And times of crisis should force us to look with fresh eyes at the problems we face, unite our communities and propose real solutions, ones that help us today and build prosperity in the future. That is what Labour is focused on. Because while our opponents thrive on division, we know the real change comes when you pull together. But in Scotland and across the United Kingdom, our politics has lost sight of that. I hate to break it to Liz Truss or Nicola Sturgeon. Whether you voted yes or no, whether you voted leave or remain, your bills are still going up. And for too long, we've been led by parties which want to entrench us into camps and convince us to dislike and distrust one another. But Conference, ask yourself this. Who benefits from the politics of division? It's not the family struggling to pay their bills. It's not the business fighting to stay afloat. It's not the student working to achieve their potential. It's not the people trying to buy their first home. The politics of division helps the Tories and the SNP win elections and stay in power, not to change people's lives. But it doesn't have to be that way. Our politics can be better. Our country is better. Our people deserve better. Because we in the Labour Party know we can only win by bringing people together, by giving them hope, not feeding their despair. Now, we know there is a majority in Scotland for being part of the United Kingdom. but there is also a majority for change. And crucially, in Scotland and across the United Kingdom, there is a majority to boot the Tories out of Downing Street. Our job, Labour's job, is to build the campaign and the coalition to deliver that. Not a coalition of political parties. So let me be clear, no ifs, no buts, no deals with the SNP, but a coalition of the people to beat the Tories. Working with our trade union colleagues and all those who believe in a fairer, greener Britain, it is our job to build that coalition to win. Because ultimately that's why we are here. That is what has motivated us to come from every corner of these islands to this great Labour city of Liverpool. Our task to win the next general election is to end that politics of division and demonstrate how we change our country. Because, Conference, it isn't enough that the Tories or the SNP deserve to lose. We need to deserve to win. And to do that, we need to prove ourselves worthy of the trust of that majority who want to renew our United Kingdom, so that we can protect workers and invest in public services, unlock Britain's potential to create the high-skilled, paid jobs of the future, support struggling businesses to actually grow our economy, invest in green technology to bring down energy bills and save our planet, and take on the crony capitalists who rig politics in their favour and instead make Britain a country where ambition and merit matter again. That is the difference Labour will make in power. For more than a decade, the SNP and the Tories have stoked up bitterness, division and anger, creating a politics of us versus them. But, Conference, we know those days are numbered. So a message to the occupiers of Downing Street and Bute House: the clock is ticking. So let's be prepared for what lies ahead. In the coming months and years, our opponents will get more desperate, their tone more irrational, their attacks on us more unhinged. That's because they know what we know. The next electoral contest will not be a general election. And, Conference, Labour will win the next general election, and Scotland's going to deliver the seats to get us over the line. We will deliver the seats to get us over the line. We will help deliver that Labour government, and we will help elect Keir Starmer as the United Kingdom and Scotland's next Prime Minister. Because only Labour can replace the Tories and change lives for the better. So, Conference, believe this is our moment to build a country where everyone is entitled to dignity. This is our opportunity to set our country back on the path to prosperity. This is our chance to help everyone achieve their potential. The time for divide and rule is over. The time for change is now. Labour will deliver that change and will build a better future, and we'll do it together. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. My Lord, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anas. And not only do we want Keir in number 10, we want Anas as our next First Minister in Scotland. So, Conference, our next speaker is Peter Kyle, the Shadow Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, and he's just going to update us on his important work over there.
Thank you, Conference. I won't keep you too long. I know you're waiting for the football hero and Gary Neville. Conference, despite all the challenges, Northern Ireland is a thriving part of our United Kingdom. Its creative industries go from strength to strength, entertaining and thrilling people across the world. And it's a powerhouse in cybersecurity, in financial services, in Europe and beyond. But the politics of Northern Ireland is hurting. The Assembly and Executive lie dormant. The divide between communities widens. Progress has stalled. This should worry all of us, and it would spur any decent government into action. But not this one. For months after the Northern Ireland Executive collapsed, there was no visit from the Tory Prime Minister, no multi-party talks in Downing Street, not even a statement to Parliament. Conference, the biggest threat to progress in Northern Ireland is not misguided policy. It's not even the lies told by this rotten government. The biggest threat is Tory neglect. And the only hope of progress is a Labour government. The problem is the Tories see problems as a chance for a row, to deepen divisions. We see problems as a chance to solve the challenges that hold us back, to create new opportunities and bring people together. That requires a leader capable of statecraft, who knows how to graft, who shows people respect even when sometimes they disagree. That's why I'm proud to have Keir Starmer as our leader. He has the skills Northern Ireland needs to succeed. Unlike Liz Truss, who creates more problems than she solves. To imagine what Labour can deliver for Northern Ireland, just look at what we did deliver. Next Easter, we mark the 25th anniversary of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, that totemic moment in time when leaders from across the political divides and communities decided a new future was possible. It was only there to grasp because a Labour Prime Minister with his Northern Ireland Secretary believed in their hearts that a radical change wasn't just possible, it was deliverable in that moment. They put in the time. They brought people together. They pulled the impossible into reach and provided the opportunities that leaders in Northern Ireland and the Irish government had the courage to seize. Conference, we salute those who made peace possible with a Labour government. We thank Tony Blair and the remarkable one-off talent of Mo Molam. We also recognise the courage of David Trimble, who we said goodbye to this summer, and John Hume. They led their communities into an era defined by peace and growing prosperity. You know, Labour bequeathed the Tories a Northern Ireland that was increasingly at ease, but they squandered it with their lies and neglect. It was the Tories who proposed, drafted, negotiated and signed the Northern Ireland Protocol into international treaty. Yes, there are problems with it, but they can be solved. We know that negotiation is the only path forward. But a year has already been wasted, a year in which politics in Northern Ireland has stumbled and the Tory government in Westminster looked the other way. A Labour government would deliver rapid deals with the EU on the flow of goods, the sharing of data, and making it easier for agricultural products to move around the UK and the island of Ireland. We'll fight hard for our interests using statecraft, diligence and graft, not the Tory way, which always somehow seems to end up by breaking the law. The difference in approach and ambition between the Tories and Labour, it couldn't be starker. Labour delivered peace, prosperity and confidence to Northern Ireland. The Tories can't even negotiate a prawn sandwich across the Irish Sea. Conference, the people of Northern Ireland, they deserve better. And with Keir Starmer and a Labour government, they will get it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. So, before we move on, conference, I'll ask for your indulgence for just a second, because on this, at this conference, I've been on a mission. Jackie's little cat passed away a year ago, and she still misses her. So I've been trying to persuade her to visit the SSPCA rehoming centre that is actually in her constituency, just to have a look. And there are a number of feline friends currently in the rehoming centre that need a home. So if everybody thinks that Jackie should pop into the rehoming centre this weekend, oh, say aye. Thank you, conference. So we're going to return to votes at the end of today's session, but first we have a very special guest who I know you've all been waiting for. If you can, just stay in your seats and bear with us for just a couple of moments whilst we rejig the stage ever so slightly, and I will leave you in the very safe hands of our leader, Keir Starmer.
welcome to the stage Lucy Powell, Keir Starmer and Gary Neville.
It's like coming out the tunnel.
It's daunting.
That's brilliant.
Wow.
This is Liverpool. You've never had anything like this in Liverpool before.
Oh dear. Yeah.
Great. Good, good.
Thank you, everybody. What a lovely welcome. A lovely welcome to Keir Starmer and Gary Neville. So, Keir, look, this is Gary's first conference. What does it mean to you to have Gary here at this conference this week?
Well, look, it's absolutely fantastic to have you here, Gary. And you can see the reception you just got. I said to Gary, this is like coming out the tunnel at the beginning of the game. It's absolute. You can see the reception, and you know, and this is Liverpool.
Give that to me.
That's what usually happens in Liverpool.
That isn't what I meant by Liverpool.
People
Gary's got a
that
thing
way.
about Liverpool, as you know. But it's really fantastic that you're here. It's really been noticed. I think everybody appreciates it. And the points you've been making, the Mirror interview you did yesterday, all the stuff you've been doing today, absolutely spot on, because the politics is spot on. So, Gary, you're very, very welcome.
Thank you. Shake my hand.
Gary, how are you feeling about being here? What does it mean to you to come here for the... I know you're a bit sort of nervous with this political crowd, but you're all going to give Gary a great welcome. What does it feel like to be here?
It's a privilege, a little bit daunting. It's the best reception I've ever had here in Liverpool. Usually when I see Reds in Liverpool, I'm in big trouble. No, but it's great to be here. Obviously, over the last couple of years, I've chosen to speak out because I don't believe staying silent is good enough anymore, particularly when we see things that we don't like and that are wrong, and I have an audience and a platform. And joined the Labour Party last January.
Manchester Central. Gary's the newest member of Manchester Central CLP. First-time delegate.
You should have said, yes, first-time delegate.
Yeah. Yeah, so here we are. Let's give it a go.
No, it's really fantastic, Gary. Round of applause for Gary.
Now, look, what not many people know about you, Keir, is that you're very, very keen on football, and you play football. You're an aspiring midfielder, is that right?
Aspiring, thank you. I think I'm at the other end.
Have you played a game this week?
I play every Sunday, which is fantastic. We had a staff game last Wednesday.
Oh, really?
Which was very good. But I think my inner aggression came out, sort of battering people out of the way, trying to get to the ball. But it was fantastic, yeah, with the staff team. Brilliant.
I'd love to see that. And, I mean, Gary, come on, you got any advice for an aspiring midfielder? What are his prospects for getting signed?
Everybody in the room who's ever played with me is thinking absolutely no chance.
Make sure you play left of centre midfield.
Yeah.
And you've got to deliver some nice passes to that left wing because they're a little bit noisy.
Yeah.
Very good.
Sorry.
And look, as someone who was previously had a very big career before you came into politics, I mean, what's your advice to Gary? Should he come into politics? I mean, or what's your advice to Gary as somebody who's had a...
I think that's being answered. Look, what I'd say, I mean, I came into politics quite late. I did other things. Obviously, I was a lawyer. I worked in Northern Ireland. I was the Director of Public Prosecutions. And I think coming in later in life gives you something which you don't necessarily have if you come in earlier, because it gives you huge experience, knowledge of how to resolve different situations. Also, you know, out there in the world beyond the political bubble, most people see problems and their instinct is to go and fix it. And make things better, and we lose a bit of that in politics. So when you look at the experience you've got, you know, captain, playing, bringing people together, that is an incredibly powerful thing to have in politics. It's what we need in our party sometimes, but not this conference. And it's, But it's what we need for the country. At the moment, you know, I think the country feels very, very divided. We've seen the true colours of the Tories last Friday. Their absolute ideology came out. You know, they're going to run the country on the basis that the only thing that matters is make the rich richer, and somehow, one day, some of that might trickle down to other people. So there's a really big divide here. There's a fight to be had, and, you know, you enjoy that competition. Just imagine that the Tories are, I don't know, Liverpool Football Club.
Who do you fear more?
Oh, I said that I got asked that question actually. Would I Liverpool or the Conservative Party? And I actually chose Liverpool, which is saying something. Because whilst we see football differently, people in Liverpool work hard. They want a fair and equal future. They want opportunity and belief, and they are aligned with, I suppose, Mancunians and the rest of this country. I don't believe it's just a northern issue. This.
No, definitely.
No, it definitely isn't. It definitely isn't.
Now, just before we move on to some other politics, can we just have a moment on the Lionesses? Because what a summer that was. You went to a few games here.
Yeah. They were amazing, and for someone who in '96 was in Wembley singing, you know,
really?
football's coming home and it didn't come home.
Sorry.
It was there again. But
I was playing, what a bit awkward.
Yeah, but it was. And then, you know, again, we were trying to do that. And then this year, it was brought home by the Lionesses. It was absolutely amazing. And against Germany. Absolutely fantastic. But Vic, my wife here, and I went with our children to the semi-final in Sheffield, and it was an absolutely incredible atmosphere. The place was full. It was really brilliant, brilliant football, brilliant determination. The team were playing like a team, really together. But what really struck me is our daughter is 11, and she's interested in football, but not that interested in football. And she was just bewitched by this. She was absolutely, I watched her face as she was watching them playing, particularly at the end when they had won and they were still on the pitch. And this was a young girl looking, and the sort of aspiration to do it was there in her. And that's, I think, the best thing is, you know, that sense that this is a brilliant game played by the women. We need equal access, by the way. We've got to fight this fight for equal access for women, because the leg. I just got to hold the trophies here. Have you seen it?
I've not seen it. No,
But-
I've never seen an international trophy.
Well, it's here, and I went, and they asked me to hold it. I thought, blimey, after they've won it and done all that hard work, I better not pick it up and drop it, sort of Tony Adams style. But it was absolutely amazing what they've done. But the legacy should not just be that in a cabinet somewhere. It's got to be young women having the chance, an equal chance, to play football.
I mean, when you think... The question gets asked sometimes, why should the men game fund the women's game? And many of you will be aware, many of you may not be aware, that in the 1920s, the men's game, the FA, stopped women playing football for 50 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why the men's game now, having set the women's game back so far, needs to invest heavily in the women's game. And there's a review at the moment. My mum was stopped playing in the 1970s for a school team.
Really?
Yeah. And my brother obviously was the manager of the England women's team for 4 years. My sister has fought for equal funding from Sport England for netball for many, many years. How can we be in 2020 still fighting for funding, for equal pay, for equal investment into women's sports? It's absolutely ridiculous.
Absolutely. Well, let's hope that's the... Let's hope that's the legacy.
Just before we leave football, I want to just say that, and you'll have done this, Gary, I went to Anfield just 2 or 3 months ago to go and look at the memorial to the 96, now of course 97. And it was incredibly moving, an incredible reminder of what happened that day. And I think inevitably, just because our children are the age they are, our boy is 14, he comes to football with me. And every time I went down the list, it's in rows, and saw because the age is on it, the age 14, my heart just stopped. It's such a powerful memorial. And that's why we've got to change the law. And we will change the law to make sure that that never happens again. There must be justice for the 97, and we will do that as soon as we get into government.
That's a really important point here in Liverpool this week. And so talking of regulation in football, I know this is one of your favourite subjects as well, Gary. There's been some rumours this week that maybe now the government might backpedal on this idea of a statutory independent regulator in football. Tell us why it matters and why you think that the Tories would be wrong to backpedal on that.
Well, they would be wrong. I mean, I'm surprised, I have to say, because I believe that it's a simple win for Liz Truss and her government. The last election, part of the Conservative manifesto, was that they would do a fan-led review. Tracy Crouch, a Conservative MP, has done a brilliant job with the panel in bringing that fan-led review forward with recommendations that I think are appropriate for the whole game. And it's got cross-party support. This isn't actually a Labour, Lib Dem, Conservative argument. Actually, everybody seems to be on the same page because football clubs up and down the country are so important to the fabric of the communities around them. And I have to say, I'm unsure as to where those rumours emanated from last week. I don't know why you would even think to tinker with that, because the seats that are going to be fiercely contested in a couple of years in the general election, a lot of those towns that ultimately will be fought over have football clubs in them. And the EFL, the professional game, the semi-professional game, the supporters are all behind the implementation of a regulator. There is only the elite in the Premier League that aren't. It's a little bit of a representation of society. Vested interest and greed will try and control where the money goes. And the reality of it is it shouldn't happen in society and it shouldn't happen in football.
Yeah. And Keir, I mean, you always make a point of going to some of these football clubs when you go out on visits. We've seen what happened in Bury, in Derby, Wigan. I mean, what do you, you've not said much publicly on football regulation. What do you think?
No, whenever I go out on visits, I always try to go to the local football club because the football club is very often the centre of the town, of the place, a source of great pride. And a lot of them are really struggling. I mean, Bury, now back up and running, but, Wigan, there's so many examples of football clubs that have struggled because of the finance, because of the lack of an independent regulator. But Gary's right. Tracy Crouch's report was accepted across the board. All political parties thought this was the right thing to do, independent regulator. The political will is there. So if this is introduced, it will go through. I am concerned now with the change of Prime Minister that it won't. Because I think her instinct, I may be wrong about this, but I think her instinct is that anything that looks like regulation, anything that looks like, in another part of the forest, taxation, is a bad thing, and therefore she will pull away from it. So I think it's now more at risk in the next 18 months or so till the next general election than it was before. But we will run with it. We will run with it, we'll push the government on it, because we need an independent regulator. And there is that consensus there, so I hope they push it forward, and if they do, we will support it, and it will go through, because it really matters. If it doesn't, we'll do it ourselves when we've booted them out of office.
Fantastic. That's a great commitment. What more can fans do, can people in this audience do to kind of push that cause as well, do you think?
I think write to your local MP, really important. I think that would be the most important thing that you could do, and I think you'll actually get support from your local MP, whether you live in a Conservative, Lib Dem or Labour constituency. You will get support because they recognise it's the right thing to do.
Brilliant. Right. Now we're going to move on to a bit of politics. I know that one of the things that you two have bonded over the last few months was your, should we say diplomatically, dislike of Boris Johnson that you both mutually share. So what are you making of Liz Truss so far then, Gary? Tell us what you really think.
Look, the first thing to say is that obviously she has the seat, and it's really important that we all know what the end goal is here. When you have a winning team, you have aligned goals, and that means you've got to put your personal interests aside. You may not agree with every single current Labour policy. You may not even agree with certain aspects of what are going on, but you have to make sure that there is laser focus in this next 18 months, 2 years, to make sure that there is a change. This is a tired, failing government. It is. And when you have someone, either in a football club, in a business, or in a political party, that are in power for too long, you get this level of division, tiredness. They don't know, they can't see the wood for the trees. And in terms of Liz Truss, I mean, obviously she's only been in a couple of weeks. It's been an outstanding beginning, hasn't it? She's tanked the pound lower than my reputation in Liverpool. I mean, what worries me is, I know that the tax cuts last week, there was no high net worth, wealthy person on over £150,000 a year expecting, wanting a tax break last week, but they got it. And yet they did it. But that didn't really tell me the most about them. What worried me, not what worried me the most, but what told me the most about them was that last week, Kwasi Kwarteng, in his new house, went and knocked on Liz's door and said, what I think we should do this week in the midst of a cost of living crisis, energy crisis, people worried about paying their bills, people worried about food, I think we should remove the cap on bankers' bonuses. How can you possibly, in a million years, think that way? I think they're the only man and woman in this country that thought that would be a good idea last week. And we're still fresh in the mind from the banking crisis 15 years ago, and yet they still went and did it. And I have to say that there's this suggestion that, you know, Liz Truss is a woman who goes for what she really wants. But she was once a Liberal Democrat, and she was once a Remainer. She's now a Tory, and she's now a Brexiteer. And I got told last week that, we got told last week, I think it was maybe you that exposed it, Keir, that the reason that she didn't give the burden of the energy costs to the energy companies was because she once worked for Shell. I mean, on that particular point, I saw also that they froze the alcohol prices. I mean, do we assume that she once had a part-time gig at Bargain Booze or something? I mean, so from that point of view, I have to say that the time has come for them to leave office. It really has. The general election can't come sooner. And we can sit in here from whatever background you come from. We were brought up by our parents and our grandparents to know what right and wrong was, to know that you look after people, you treat people well, and they don't do that. They don't do that.
Okay, so you've got rid of Boris. You actually got rid of one Prime Minister. How are you going to get rid of, what's your approach to Liz Truss and getting rid of her?
Well, let's just enjoy for 1 minute that we have got rid of Boris Johnson.
Yeah.
You know, we spent many hours talking about Boris Johnson and why he needed to go. And so the moment he went, I mean, he did try and cling on. Do you remember that last day? Resignation's coming and he's putting a new cabinet together.
He's not gone
even
yet.
more than
He's
still hanging in the wings. But look,
Glued to the table.
he is gone, and now we have Liz Truss. I mean, he was all about character in the end. It was character that brought him down. She is all about ideology, about this ideology. And it's very simple. It is that the way you grow the economy, the way this country go forward, is about those at the top. That's why she thinks it's perfectly all right to get rid of the cap on bankers' bonuses. I mean, imagine saying to someone this winter, when they're struggling to pay their bills, what is the one thing that you're going to do to help me pay my bill? Take the cap off bankers' bonuses. I mean, really? And what they did last week, is this theory. And this is not just funny for an afternoon like this. This is really dangerous politics. The dangerous politics that really believes that the people who create the wealth in this country are only those at the very, very top. And therefore, if you make the rich richer and the super rich even richer than that, that is the way that you grow the country. It's proved not to work. It's immoral. It leaves out of account that those that actually grow our economy are those that do the hard graft day in, day out, those that go to work, those that drive the buses, those that drive the trucks, people working in factories, in hospitals, in shops, engineers, software engineers, school teachers, those who work in our hospitals. These are the people who actually build our economy, grow our economy, and they deserve to benefit from the growth in our economy. And the stark, the difference now between where they are, the top, only the top, and Labour, from the bottom up and the middle out, is so, so important. Although, as I say that does sound a bit like my Sunday football, I have to say.
That sounds good. Now, when you were preparing to do that Mirror interview yesterday, you asked me if you could swear, didn't you? Do you want to just explain this and then...
Well, yeah, ordinarily I would swear, it wouldn't be a problem for me, but I thought in a political audience, can I do that? And so I actually gave the line to the Mirror political editor. I said, they are taking the piss, this lot, aren't they? And then I thought, do you know... And then I thought, I'm not sure, can I say that? Can I change it to Mickey? Take the Mickey out of you? Not realising that actually Keir had already used taking the piss earlier on. I thought, I can't be diluting my language when Keir's actually gone even further. Yeah, so, it generally is true, though, isn't it? I mean, we get to a point now whereby if you're a nurse that's thinking of going on strike, then the accusation against you will be that you shouldn't go on strike because people will die because you're going to go on strike that day. Not the fact that it's been underinvested in for 12 years. And that the fact that... When you think of the people that are working in education, in transport and nurses and in our NHS, do you think those people want to go on strike? It's their absolute last resort to have to do that. Or do we just accept that people are just going to continue to not look after the people who were clapped for 12 months during a pandemic, and now we're not going to give what would be the sort of, if you like, correct incremental pay rises to? So for me, I think we're in a society now which is quite dangerous because we have large parts of our media that also support the messages against our workers, against people who, to be fair, are trying to prop up our services, against this level of underinvestment that's occurred. We don't even talk about health and education anymore. We don't even talk about health and education anymore because they're off the agenda, because actually there is an element of this government that in some ways these crises that have occurred, pinballing about from crisis to crisis, they quite, not saying that they enjoy them, but it gives them cover against the level of incompetence that's going on in the rest of the country.
I think on top of all that, they're now making a bad situation worse because what they did on Friday was a massive gamble. It's like two gamblers in a casino sort of chasing a losing run, but they're not gambling their own money. They're gambling our money. And, when the markets react in the way we've seen on Friday and then again today, this is not some abstract thing. This is investors who are investing huge amounts of money who think that what was said on Friday is really risky and it's affected their investment decision. This is for real. It's not just one of those funny graphs you look at. You think, well, I don't quite understand, but it looks as if it's going down pretty quickly. This is investors taking decisions that are going to have an impact. They're going to impact those nurses, those teachers, because this will mean mortgage rates going up, prices going up, making a bad situation even worse than it is. And that's why what was done on Friday was absolutely the wrong thing politically, but it's also the wrong thing economically. And let them never, ever claim again to be the party of sound finances. Never again. Never again. Try getting a funding proposal through Rachel Reeves. Her fiscal rules are absolutely like iron, and that's the 10th breach of a fiscal rule by them. And the other thing, let them never, ever claim again to be the party of aspiration, because they are choking the aspiration of millions of people in this country on the basis that they don't matter, it's only the people at the top.
So one thing people would see about you, Gary, is that you're a winner. You've been part of lots of winning teams. How do you think that we can ensure we win that next election and we change this country for the better? What would your advice to us all here today be?
I think remain laser focused and aligned behind the single goal, which is to remove this Conservative government and put everything else aside and focus on that alone. That alone. Get behind... Get behind Keir Starmer.
Absolutely.
He's a...
Right.
This is a serious politician, someone who's headed up a major department in the CPS, someone who is trustworthy and has integrity, all things that this current government don't have. And not only this current government damaging us in our country, our relationships with our partners in Europe and around the world are broken and shattered. And they've burned their bridges with our partners in Europe and around the world. And we need to rebuild our relationships. We need to rebuild our reputation. And that is not going to happen under a Conservative government.
Absolutely. And here, how confident are you feeling? Apprehensive? Complacent? I know you're not complacent because you lecture us every week at the Shadow Cabinet, but you know, how confident are you feeling about the general election?
Well, just picking up on Gary there, because he's talking about the international reputation. This is true in terms of, we used to be a respected voice internationally, and we're not anymore because of what this government has done. I think it goes even deeper than that, because I think what's happened in the last 12 years is that because they haven't delivered, because they've made promises that they didn't actually ever meet or arguably ever want to meet or intend to meet, there's been a loss of trust in politics, a loss of faith in politics, a sense that politics doesn't make a difference. We've got to restore that. We've got to give people the belief that politics is a force for good and make a change for them. And so there's a huge amount of repair work to be done. In terms of how we feel at this conference, and Gary, I'm glad you've come to this conference because there is a mood at every conference. You can feel it. And the mood at this conference is one of confidence that we've done hard work in the last 2 years to change our party, to remake our party, to make it face the public, and that we're ready to deliver. And that sense that people are now looking to the Labour Party for the answers to the huge challenges that so many millions of people face. That is what's here at this conference, the sense of coming together, the sense that we are really a government in waiting, and that we now have our chance at this conference to set out our ideas for the country. That confidence is worth its weight in gold.
Absolutely. Okay. So just before we go, now the other thing that I know Keir really likes to talk about, Arsenal and a bit of football. Okay. Yeah. So
only a few voices there, I know.
Gary, what do you think are the top of the league? Arsenal's chances of winning the Premier League this season, what do you think?
Oh, I'm not sure about that. I've been quite supportive so far, but that's where it ends, I think.
Yeah.
No, I mean, Arsenal are doing very well. I think I like Arteta a lot, actually. I thought at the end of last season when he didn't qualify for the Champions League, I thought that would be a real problem for him, but they responded well, and they're going to have a pretty good season, I think, but they won't win the league. City will win the league. Your lot will win the league.
Sorry.
Unfortunately.
But what would it mean to you, really, if Arsenal won the Premier League here? Come on.
Oh, it'd be absolutely fantastic. And no, we can still say we're top of the league at the moment, so we keep... But we've got, you know, it's a brilliant team. He's got really good new signings, I think.
Who's the best? Who's the best new signing?
Well, I mean, I'd say Saliba, but he's actually not a new signing, but it's his first season sort of on show for us. But he's been absolutely fantastic. Jesus is brilliant for us. Fantastic. So, you know, let's hope it's their season. I remember, you know, the best moment in football ever was here in Liverpool in '89 when Michael Thomas put that second goal in to win the league for Liverpool, for Arsenal. It's absolutely brilliant.
Right, we've got a couple of last quick questions. Favourite sporting moment of all time? Gary?
Mine or?
Yes, yours.
I will go with the treble in '99.
As you do.
Yeah. All the United fans. We might be in Liverpool, but there's plenty of United fans. And Keir, was yours that one
That's
that you were
just brilliant, isn't it? What's it? The treble in '99.
Yeah.
It's phenomenal, Gary. This is why we're so pleased to have you. It's absolutely incredible. I remember last time we did this in Manchester, and we were just about to go on, and they read out all of your sporting achievements, and it's absolutely incredible. And I think tribute to you for all of that. And I wish we could all sit up and say the treble in '99. Wouldn't it be so brilliant?
I know.
It's that Michael Thomas goal in the 92nd minute in Anfield here in '89. Absolutely brilliant. Ended an 18-year run for Arsenal. Absolutely brilliant.
Excellent. Right, last question, because we've all got to go. You've all got fringes to go to. This is.
What are these fringes?
Don't go.
Yeah.
What are these fringes people keep talking about?
Gary thought it was fringe as in bad on the fringe. Yeah.
Are people sneaking away and snidey talking here? Like?
So, I'm going to tee it up for you here now. Who do you think was England's best ever defender of all time?
No.
Well, Gary's right up there, but I've got to say Tony Adams.
Yeah. And who's your favourite ever politician of all time, Gary? No.
Look, I did mention you, Gary.
It will be Keir when he wins in a couple of years.
Right. That's it from us. You've all got fringes to go to, parties to go to. Don't have too late night. Can you all thank our guests? Can you thank Gary Neville and Keir Starmer?
Thank you. Thank you. Lucy, thank you.
Oh, no, well done. You did really well.
Gosh, conference, what an afternoon, eh? So, if people can stay in the hall just a couple of minutes more, we've got some votes just to finalise proceedings today. If you can take your seats, please, delegates. If you are leaving, can you do so quietly so we can crack on? And I won't keep you for longer than necessary. Okay. First, we have the reference back of the Sutton and Cheam reference back on the Future Where Families Come First Policy Commission report. So can I ask for all those in favour of the reference back, please? And those against?
Very difficult to tell. Do you want to take the vote again?
Sorry? Okay, so sorry about this, colleagues. Someone's asked me to take the vote again. I think there was still a bit of murmuring as people left the hall. So it's the reference back from Sutton and Cheam CLP on the Future Where Families Come First Policy Commission report. So all those in favour of the reference back? And those against?
I'd say that was carried, clearly, but it was clearer than last time.
Yeah, I think that is carried. Okay, so now the composite motions. Composite 6 on social care. Can I see those in favour? Thank you. And those against? I think that was unanimous. Excellent. So Composite 7 on equalities. Can I see all those in favour? And those against? I think that is unanimous as well. Composite 8 on electoral reform. So that is the first of the 3 electoral reform composites. Those in favour? And those against? No. That's carried. We've still got 2 more to go, conference. So we're now on Composite 9, which is the second of the electoral reform composite. So all those in favour? And those against? That's carried. And now Composite 10 on electoral reform. That's the third of the electoral reform motions. Those in favour? And those against? And that's also carried. And one last vote, which is on the reference back Future Where Families Come First Policy Commission report. So can I see all those in favour of the report? Sorry? No, sorry, so we have taken the reference back and that was carried. This is now the full report. So, sorry, I'll take that again. So for all those in favour of the full report. Thank you. And those against? Okay, thank you very much. So, thank you for all your patience. It's been a very packed afternoon. If you can, when you're leaving the hall, take your rubbish home and not leave it for the venue staff to clean up. That would be greatly appreciated. And conference is adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you very much.